Did I hear 2-1? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, I would like to welcome everybody and call this, okay. I would like to welcome everybody and call this meeting to order, Special Citizen Police Oversight Board meeting to order. I will ask all of you to be patient with me. This is my first time chairing this committee, so if I make a mistake, please be patient. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Varela to call the roll.
Member Crawford,
Present.
Member French,
Present.
Member Galloway,
Yes, ma'am, present.
Member Nixon, Member Wartell, Member Wartell, you're muted.
Now I'm unmuted. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. French, Chair French, it appears Nixon is joining the meeting. Member Nixon, are you present?
I am.
Thank you. Chair French, all your members are present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum present. With that, Diane, I'm going to ask you to please, since you're more familiar with than I am, could you please announce the stakeholders, the community and staff and anybody else that's on this call for the record?
I will attempt. I apologize. I won't know all of the stakeholders, but present is myself as the interim executive director, Diane McDermott, Tina Gooch, the legal counsel for the board and agency, Katrina Segala from the agency, Valerie Barella from the agency, Kelly Mensa from the CPC and agency, Billy Martisa from the CPC and agency. Let's see here. We have Carlos Pacheco from City Legal. We have Anthony Mays from APD. We have Jason Sanchez from APD. We have, I'm sorry, Rob Grooms is also here from the agency. And then we have Elizabeth Martinez from the DOJ. And then we have Mr. Robbie Heckman. He has put APD forward. Mr. Larry Cronin. I apologize, I don't recall which amici group he's from, but I do recognize that. If he wishes to either say or put it on.
I'm with McClendon subclass.
Thank you, I'm sorry. And let's see, who else do we have here? Baron Jones is from APD Forward and ACLU. And Jessica Moldson is Common Cause of New Mexico. I don't think, am I missing anybody? Oh, Mike Krakowski from the Community Policing Council. And I'm doing a very quick scan. I apologize if I missed anyone else. I don't think I missed anyone.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And so our mission statement, and we read the mission statement at every meeting, is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD and the Albuquerque community. And with that, can I get a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Is there
Okay,
a second? Okay, we have a first and a second. I believe Member Wartell made the motion and Member Galloway seconded. Is that correct for the record? Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. I don't believe there's any discussion. Is there any discussion, changes? All right. Ms. Barella, would you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. We have public comment. I believe Ms. Barella did send us some public comment received, but they were via email. But do we have anyone present that would like to give public comment? I don't see anyone. So we'll move on to the next agenda item. And I would just say, board members, I hope all of you, I'm sure all of you did receive the email with the public comments. So with that, we'll move on to serious use of force case 19-77270.
Chair French, I hate to interrupt, but I believe
No,
Mr.
go ahead.
actually did have his hand raised that I just caught now.
I
For-
did not see it. Who did?
Mr. Jones, Baron Jones.
Yes, for public comment, I believe a couple of us had would like to give public comment. So excuse me for interjecting, and I'll try to be brief as possible. But folks, yes, my name is Baron Jones. I am the senior policy strategist for the ACLU of New Mexico. The ACLU of New Mexico is a proud member of APD Forward, and APD Forward has been sort of stepping in to act as the community's voice in this reform process. So we're very pleased to be able to be here tonight and give public comment on these all too important policies. As you all know, use of force policies are among the most important policies in any law enforcement agency, and APD is no different. So starting, and I'll just go through them very briefly, I'll try to be super quick, but starting with the core principles section, paragraph 2-524, paragraph A, we would like to see any reference to Graham versus Connor removed. And we say that because we believe it can create some sort of unnecessary confusion, given subparagraph 1 to section A states that the department should holds its officers to a higher standard than the one outlined in Graham. It would be nice if the policy explicitly stated what that standard is, but we'll save that one for another day. We would also like to see in paragraph 2-534 instructs officers to intercede with when feasible. We would think that this policy would be much stronger if it adopted the intervening language that's found in conduct, and I forget I got it here somewhere, but the government that governs officers' duty and conduct to match that language. We believe that intercedes calls for one to plea and ask, and we think intervention, which requires physical interaction with the in the situation, would be much stronger and protect the lives and officers from civil rights violations for that matter. What else we have here? We also believe that SOP we also believe that the SOP 2-56 should explicitly requires officers to report instances where they intervene to stop or prevent out of policy use of force. The revised policies of 252 and 256 should explicitly also state officers who fail to intervene shall face disciplinary sanctions as spelled out in 3-13. To make this policy even stronger, it is our belief that totality of circumstances should be spelled out. All too often, totality of circumstances is usually sort of limited to the civilian's behavior and does not do enough to account the officer's behavior in a situation. So I think if that's explicitly spelled out in those definitions, it would go a long way also to protect folks. And also it could be used as a teaching tool, right? Folks can go back and review that and learn from it. And then what else do I have?
Mr. Jones, Mr.
Yes.
Jones. We allow 3 minutes for public comment, but when we do the review, after each section, we're going to ask for comments. Okay. And so I would encourage you to bring up those points at that section.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Thank
we
you so
all
much.
can review them and see them.
Cool. Thank you so much. And excuse me.
Sure, that's fine.
Chairman French,
Yes,
just for clarity, I'm sorry, you said 3 minutes. I thought it was 5 minutes for comments, public comments. Is that only for the?
I think it's 5 minutes for complaints, but 3 minutes for comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure. But with his comments, I would think they would be more in order and we would know what you're referring to. Once we go through that section, I think it would be beneficial for everyone on this call, to know exactly specifically what you're talking about than just doing them like that. Is that okay with you, Mr. Jones? And I wasn't trying to overlook you. I just couldn't see your hand.
Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. I came on a little bit late, so I probably missed the announcement of the protocol. So I apologize, and if I did, so please excuse me.
No, you didn't. I didn't make it. So Diane, did you say there was somebody else that had their hand up?
No, Chair French, I don't see anybody at this moment that does. And just for your edification, it is 3 minutes for general public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go on and so that I won't, Diane, I can't see the hands up. How are you seeing the hands up? Because usually it pops up on the screen, shows me a little hand waving, but I did not see that at all. So
Yeah, it's just I have all the various little, Brady Bunch boxes up, so I just happen to catch it.
okay.
Depends on how you have your view set.
Okay, thanks. I'll have to fix that. Okay, so let's move on to the serious use of force case, the 19-77270. And I have sent the information to the board. This is something that came up last year, but Diane, could you give us a kind of a overview, because some of the board members are new, and maybe go over also the executive director's at that time's findings and recommendation. But please give the new board members that weren't here kind of an overview of that case.
Well, I apologize, Chair French. I was not informed that I was going to be doing a presentation on this.
Well, I don't want a really presentation, but you did make several comments at the Northwest Police Council. At that time, you gave kind of an overview of this case and just something like that. I'm not trying to put you on the spot again. Okay.
Yeah, in terms of this case, again, that was more of a history of what had happened with the board. But let me just provide for the public the letter that the executive director wrote regarding this. I can go ahead and review that briefly for you all. So the review that it consisted of for the previous executive director was for the computer-aided dispatch reports, the APD field services reports, the criminalistics reports, the internal affairs reports, the internal affairs force division reports, the multi-agency task force reports, the on-body recording device videos, and at the time, the policy of 2-52, which is the general use of force policy. And he attended the Force Review Board briefing that occurred on April 23rd, 2020. And the review of the evidence shows that on July 17th of I believe this date isn't actually correct, but 2018 is what he has here. I think it's 2019. The victim, Mr. S, was suspected of waving and pointing a weapon at vehicles as they passed his location at a bus stop at 340 Eubank Northeast. Officers 1 through 7 approached the subject from the north with a force array in a flank line formation. Officers failed to provide themselves any cover from potential gunfire from a suspect that reportedly was waving and pointing a weapon at vehicles as they passed by. Officers began shouting commands at Mr. S, with which he did not comply. Mr. S moved from a lying position on the sidewalk to a seated position on the bus stop bench, and he reached towards his waistband. Officer 1 fired his handgun, Officer 2 fired his rifle, and Officer 3 fired his rifle. Officer 4 attempted to fire his rifle, but he had not chambered a round, and Officer 5 had fired his 40mm rifle. Mr. S was deceased on the scene. The finding that the CPOA executive director made regarding Officer 1's conduct was sustained where the investigation determined by a preponderance of the evidence that the alleged misconduct did occur. Finding 2 for Officer 2, was also sustained for the same reason. Officer 3 was sustained for the same reason. Officer 4 sustained for the same reason. Officer 5 was exonerated regarding the allegation of the violation of the SOP, which means the investigation determined by a preponderance of the evidence that the alleged conduct did occur, but did not violate APD policies. And the final finding was Officer 6's conduct was exonerated regarding the allegation of the violation of the SOP, which means the investigation determined that the alleged conduct occurred but did not violate policy. The board did hear this case originally, did have some questions. The letter that the board had drafted, I believe, was from August 12th of 21, expressing some concerns and questions. A presentation, I believe, was made by Commander Evans. I would have to double check my date, but I believe it was November in 2021. The board did decide to table this discussion in the December meeting, and I believe that's where we're at this point.
Thank you. I don't believe Evans made it in November, but anyway, you're right. That is the history of
Maybe
that.
October.
Yeah, either case. Anyway, with that being said, I want to make a motion that the board accepts the executive director's finding and recommendations on this case.
I'll second that for the purposes of starting discussion, Chair French.
Sure. Sure. And with that, we're open for discussion. We have a first and a second. Member Galloway?
So the only thing that I find concerning is that we asked for a written response from the department, and I don't believe we've received a written response. And there were some very specific questions and concerns that the board raised at the time. But also this letter, as drafted by the previous executive director, does not indicate which policies were found to be violated or exonerated, respectively, to the officers that were involved. And so I think that there needs to be some clarification on that as to which of the SOPs were found to be sustained.
And also you said the board asked for a letter to be written. I mean, they
Yeah, we
asked
did.
for a written.
We
Okay.
did the August 12th letter to Chief Medina by the 2 chairs ago chair. Asked for a written response, and I believe that the letter was actually authored by then member Cass, and there are some very specific concerns that are in there as to the events and how they unfolded, and we didn't receive a written response that I'm aware of. And so I still think that we need to understand what happened. This case was very, very troubling for everybody on the board. It was a unanimous decision to issue this letter. It's been troubling for members of the public, and there's still no real accountability and understanding from the department as to how and why these events unfolded the way they did.
Okay, so Member Galloway, I understand. So tell me exactly what you would like to see at this time. We have a motion in a second that we accept it. I'm willing to to amend my motion to include whatever that you believe that the board needs. I mean, did we receive the written response? I think the only thing I remember is I think he's Commander or Deputy Chief Evans talking about this case. I wasn't chair or vice chair, so I'm not sure if we received that communication back from APD. Do you know, Ms. McDermott?
I am not aware of any additional written materials coming from APD regarding this case.
I remember Galloway, you were the vice chair at that time, so you specifically know, yeah.
I don't recall any materials being provided back to the board. I think that had they been provided, we would be a little bit more clear. I also, even though I seconded this motion, won't be voting to move it forward simply because we don't know what policies were being sustained. So I don't know how we can in good conscience sustain a policy violation. We don't know what the policy that's being sustained is. I don't think that's the best we can do for either our community or our department.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. I thought Ed had told us, but because it's not in the letter, I certainly agree with you. So we would need to state what policies were violated. And then also a Member Galloway from the letter from APD. I'm writing this down. What specifically do you remember that we requested? I believe it, well, I won't say what I think it was.
Oh gosh, so let's see. So the board concerns are during the approximately 10 minutes between when the alert went out and the individual was killed, traffic had not been cleared on Eubank in front of the bus stop. The group assembled at the Boston Market was a mix of SWAT and field officers and had no designated leader. Information gathered from earlier encounters was not made available to the assembled group at Boston Market. An operation plan was not developed. There did not appear to be a supervisor on scene to direct the operation. A de-escalation plan was not developed. Officers did not provide cover so that de-escalation could proceed. Officers placed themselves in vulnerable positions which put them in fear for their lives. Those are the chunk of concerns that the board raised. I mean, this is a very thorough letter that we asked about. And so I think representing this to Chief Medina would be probably the first step, and saying, hey, we never received a response from this. We asked that we receive something. I think that it was specifically asked that something be provided within 30 days, and I don't think that that happened. So I think that's
remember-
where to start.
Okay, I remember Commander Evans giving us some feedback on some of those questions, but it was verbally. And so I am one that wants it in writing. So with that being said, I am going to withdraw that motion. And I believe I'm doing this in the right procedure per Robert's Rules of Order. I'm going to withdraw that motion, and I'm going to make another motion. I'm going to make a motion that we again send this letter to Chief Medina with the same specific questions and ask him to respond to us in writing within 30 days. And today is April the 7th. So we expect to have this back before our May meeting. And we hope to have it back by no later than May the 8th or 9th, because I do need to get it on the agenda for discussion and approval before we can move on this case. And I would like to let the public and everybody know that we are not just dropping this case. We will look into this case and move forward. It wasn't like we were ignoring it. It was just certain specific questions that the board had, and I think the board still has those questions. And we will do our best to get answers from APD. So with that being said, my motion is, for the record, sorry, I said all that we once again send a letter to Chief Medina with these specific questions, asking for answers, or a letter to respond to us within 30 days. And it will be on our May agenda with his responses, or stating that he did not respond to the board within the 30 days.
Second.
Is there any more discussion? I can't see hands. Member Galloway.
Just a little bit more. And Diane, I'm not trying to trump you here, but can you take a look and see if there's any kind of notations? I know you weren't part of that FRB, but you're sitting in the seat. So can you see if there's any specifics that the previous director might have left as to which policies he deemed were sustained, and provide some clarification on that?
In terms of the letter, I did say 2-52, but I would have to look and see if a subsection was addressed
Yeah.
at all within the presentation. I should be able to access that, so I will look and see if there's a detailed. And the reason why I raised my hand, if I may just clarify, Chair French, is this letter, as is drafted, will you be providing a sort of new cover letter, if you will, to send through, or did you want me to just send it as is with an email notation saying what you just?
I'll provide a new cover letter. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And with that, is there any more discussion on this?
I believe Mr. Cronin actually did have a statement if you're wishing to engage with the public on regarding these things.
Sure. I can't see.
I just had a quick question. Did you receive or know the results of any internal affairs, use of force investigation, or EFIT investigation regarding this incident?
I believe that the chair named off everything that we received. Would you go through that list again, Diane, please?
Sure. So there is the former executive director's letter that was drafted. There is the board approved letter that was drafted raising the concerns. The board did receive the redacted materials. So that consists of a large list of things, but in brief, those were listed in the letter, which let me pull that back up for you real quick again. That was the computer-aided dispatch reports, the APD field services reports, the criminalistics reports, the internal affairs reports, the internal affairs force division reports, and the multi-agency task force reports, the on-body recording device videos. The policy is the 2-52. And then the previous executive director attended that board briefing. Like I say, I'm able to look at the minutes and see if there's anything that was supplemental in those minutes that perhaps would provide more information. But as it stands, that's what I know is to be available at this time.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, you evidently did receive the IA and IFD reports.
Okay. Were there any more questions?
And all those reports, they have access, the public has access to them?
I don't
In other words,
believe,
would Mr. Cronin be able to get those reports that were listed?
I would have to leave that up to our interim director, but I don't believe so, but that's just, I'm so new on the board, I really can't say, but could you let us know, Ms. McDermott? Would that have to be a IPRA or how would that be?
Yes, yeah, Chair French and Member Nixon. Certain aspects of this, probably all, I really am not an IPRA expert, but they would have to submit an IPRA request and materials would be provided as whatever is allowed for by IPRA. So presumably, I believe all of these things are at this point, but again, that request would have to be made through IPRA.
Okay. And Mr. Cronin, if you chose to go through an IPRA, if you could let us know when you do that, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the date of the incident?
See the date of the letter.
No, Ms. McDermott, the date of the incident, it was on the letter you read from the previous director, wasn't it?
Yeah, I
Gives the-
think that was actually an
I want
incorrect
to say
date.
July 17th, 2018.
Yeah,
I could
that's
be
what I was
wrong
saying.
on
That's an
that.
incorrect,
That
I'm
is
sorry,
incorrect.
Dr.
Okay.
not to speak over you. I apologize.
No, that's fine.
um,
It's on the letter,
it-
so that means that's incorrect on the letter. So
let's see, it does look like it's from August 22nd of 2019.
Okay.
Was the date of incident.
But if you have, excuse me, if you have the case number, that's what I would request. And you
Thank
do
you.
have,
Yeah.
it's on the agenda. It's easier through the request, through the case number. Are there any more? Is there any more discussion? I can't see any. I'm trying to scroll through everybody. Okay, I don't see any. So with that, Ms. Varela, would you take the role? I mean, take the roll on the motion?
Yeah. Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Galloway.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Member Nixon,
yes.
Member Wartell, Member Wartell,
You're on mute.
Okay, since I was not on the board at the time, I'm extremely uncomfortable voting positively about a previous request from the police department. So without suspending the rules, I will vote no on this. Because I can in good conscience vote yes. Has nothing to do with the case.
thank you. That motion passed on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. I remember Wartel, just let me say for you that I certainly I'm comfortable with you not voting if you don't feel comfortable voting on this.
But
Okay,
the
I just,
rules don't allow that unless you suspend the rules. So
you,
I'll go any way you want of those two.
it's fine. We've already taken it and I understand, but I just wanted to let you know that's fine too. Okay, it's the
Thank you.
same either way. Okay, So with that, we'll move on to our next agenda item, and that is our use of force review. And I will turn that over. Who is presenting for APD?
Hello, my name is Anthony Mays. This is actually my first time here. I'm the Deputy Commander in the Internal Force Division. Just a little bit about myself. I actually joined IA back in January. I was with the Attorney General. I was actually the special agent in charge and the commander over a completely different area, internet crimes against children and human trafficking. And then I joined the IA in the Deputy Commander position. I did not actually write this policy or actually go over it. Commander Evans did. Commander Evans had emergency surgery today, so he asked me to step in, and that's why you're stuck with me this afternoon. But I have reviewed it all, of course, and I've had the opportunity to actually look at several investigations since I've been here. I joined in January again. So I've had the opportunity to look at some of the things the department's doing, review some internal affairs cases, and of course, review the policy and what internal affairs, what their mission is and what they're supposed to do. So I can do my best to try to explain things. I'm certainly here for your input, and if there's anything you would like for us to change, or I'm not sure what the procedures are, but I'm here to actually just listen and provide feedback to Commander Evans tomorrow or whenever he returns back to work. So anyway, that's, I do have the policy up on my screen. I'm not sure what the procedure is. If you want me to share that with you, or how should we do this?
I'd appreciate it if you share your screen and go through, especially the changes, the red line
Okay.
of each section.
Okay, and let me see if I can find. So should I just go and start off with 2-52 and then go from there? Would that be fine?
That's fine.
Okay. All righty. Is everyone seeing that?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Mays, after each section, if there's questions, we will just have you ask for questions, and we can, as I see them, I can call on them or they can speak out. Okay.
Okay. Okay. And again, I will try my best. Again, I'm very new to the unit and the way things have in APD. I came from the Attorney General, where we, completely different area, but I'm here to learn and support. So I imagine we want to start here with the lines, right? Is that what we're looking at? And is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as we see here, what I did is I actually went through and highlighted the areas that are in the new policy. And so for the first part of this, as you can see here, some of the things that were removed, dealing with personal code of conduct, use of tire deflation devices, and those kind of things. I know that there was some mention about Graham versus Connor, and I did notice that throughout the policy that is referred to. And I did make some notes earlier about the gentleman earlier that mentioned Graham versus Connor and his concerns there. So I did make a notation of that as well. So for the first part of the policy, and again, I don't want to bore anyone or read each line. I just give me direction how you want me to do this, and I'll be more than happy to do it that way. But what I did is I went through and I highlighted the new areas that were not omitted. And then of course you can see. So from what I've gathered, and again, I didn't get a chance to spend a lot of time with Commander Evans because he's been in a lot of pain, and again, he had surgery today, so he wasn't able to join us. But from my understanding, some of this was changed to actually not make it so wordy and easier to follow. And was the board part of any of these changes that we're seeing here?
Not
Sir,
that,
there was a board member present during, I believe, all of the PPRB, but unfortunately that board member is no longer part of the board. So the board members that are currently here have not had that benefit.
Oh, okay, okay. So for the first, so would it be, I don't know how much you want me to do with this, but I can certainly read some of these, what I've highlighted, and if we can certainly stop, but the policy of the department, of course, is to ensure that the department personnel respect the sanctity of human life when making decisions regarding the use of force. Now, it looks here that quite a bit was actually redlined for whatever, and I guess when I read through this, it looked like a lot of it was just a lot of words, and it was just saying more than it really needed to be said. So a lot of these what I've noticed in the policy is that it was more to the point, making and exactly what's taking place. And again, as you can see here, Graham versus Connor is addressed in several parts of these paragraphs, which have now been redlined. The next section, of course, is the definitions and the core principles of this policy. And again, they're referring to under Supreme Court's decision, Graham versus Connor, and how this standard operation procedures for the department personnel and how it should be considered and how they're trained under that. And what I've learned is a lot of that, a lot of the training is coming from, I mean, what objectively what a reasonable officer would do in a situation. And that's how they're being trained. In fact, part of my role, just so everyone understands, I was brought on to start looking over everything and then start helping develop the training for the academy for first line supervisors, and then the rest of the department, and then the new investigators that we're bringing in, the new civilian and investigators and detectives that do the internal affair investigations. So that'll be part of my role, is actually working on training. So this is really a great benefit for me to actually do this for you folks, because I'm learning on how I can actually go back and actually, make some changes and do some things that work best for the community and for the department, of course. As you can see here, just some words have been changed. They removed shall. The department holds personnel to a higher standard, set forth in Graham performing their duties on behalf of the department and the community. Again, it's very wordy. So from a lot of that, it was taken out when this was put together. And then when feasible, any department employee who observes another officer using the force that a reasonable officer would view as out of policy shall simply intercede and stop that action. I have to say, though, is I've been doing these investigations, reviewing them as a deputy commander, and I have the opportunity, I've actually seen that, where an officer actually said that. So so we're seeing that already. We're seeing that movement with the department, where officers, if they feel that they need to intercede, they will do that. So which is nice to see. But again, that was kept in there, and please interrupt me if I can go on talking forever. So if there's something.
I think we did have a question. I think somebody did have a question, but
Okay.
just for protocol, are we going to, is it better do you want us to stop when you're at that point in there? Or would you prefer to present the whole section and then go back with questions?
Is it
Whichever
easier
you're comfortable with.
I'm fine stopping here. I mean, we can certainly go to each section that I highlighted, and if we want to discuss it, we can certainly do that. And again, I apologize. Is someone taking notes on some of their concerns so we can go back and address those, or is that something that I should be doing as well?
This meeting is recorded, so I don't think there's someone taking all the notes, but you could request, I'm sure those that have recommendations or suggestions, email them to you.
Okay.
If that would make it easier. That's what I would recommend. But
Chairman Fritz, I think that Mr. Heckman had his hand up to kind of respond to that about the notes. He's got his hand up.
okay.
Put on that, on what you're saying.
May I
Go ahead,
speak, Chair?
Mr. Heck.
Oh, thank you, Chair Finson, and thank you for inviting us to comment. And to that point that Eric just brought up, we'll provide our comments in writing, and we'll provide them to the board and also APD as well. And if I could just maybe take a moment to talk about what DC Maya's just went over. I think first, I find it kind of bizarre that the core principles section lead with the criminal floor of use of force, and the policy statement talks about the sanctity of life. And I think the main point here is that in any policy statements, I think it's really important for an agency to express their core values. And I think this really falls flat, because if this is really this kind of prescriptive, here's when an officer can use force, or here's when they can't use force, and there's no real full-throated statement from the actual APD, the department, about the mutual accountability that's here. The department is responsible for appropriately training the officers and building capacity in the officers to be better at de-escalation, to better do their job. We've looked around the country, and the way that we did this is we looked at use of force outcomes around the country. And the one example I'll give is the Camden Police Department, who had precious few uses of force. And we looked at their policies, and they have full-throated core value statements that, essentially express that they will support the officers who, behave within policy, and they'll build capacity in officers who have, and they'll look at officers who violate policies and do like the monitoring team's been trying to get APD to do, which is look, is it remedial training that's needed? Is it discipline? Is that, is progressive discipline needed? All those things. So I think that's one thing. And I just find it a little disturbing that they do lead with Graham v. Connor and then contradicted lower down, where they say, well, we have a higher standard than Graham v. Connor, which kind of remains unstated, other than it's a higher standard than the constitutional criminal floor. So those are kind of the main comments on what I think APD Forward has on the sections that you've gone over so far. And again, we will provide these in writing so that we don't, you don't have to busily take notes. And we really appreciate the opportunity to engage these policies during the draft stage.
Thank you for those. I was going to go back, and that was my question too, to a higher standard than Graham. How is that left up to perception? Is that open? I would say that needs to be clear on and specific. That was my comment on that too, on that section. But with that, are there any other comments?
Yeah, I just, to Mr. Heckman's point too, I found it ironic when I looked at this. I find it ironic that they would have a statement about sanctity of life in this policy, and then looking at the Camden standard operating procedure, where they have sanctity of life in theirs as well. And then, like you said, Mr. Heckman, it goes on to really I define that and what that means. To your point, Chairman French, it seems like it was just a placeholder from what I read, based on that. So I want to express that, because going back and looking at it again, that placeholder based on the rest of this policy is it's contradictory. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? I can't see. Diane, you also let me know, will you? I don't see any hands up.
Not
Okay.
at the moment. Yeah, I will.
So thank you. This is very helpful. So we'll just do it that way. I'll stop at each section and then I can get your feedback. And this is, again, as I mentioned earlier, my new role, and unfortunately, I wasn't part of this process because I know this has been going on for quite some time. So, and we appreciate your feedback. So I'll scroll down, but I did go through and highlight everything so it make it a little bit easier for everyone instead of trying to read the comments in between the red lines. So hopefully it will be. I think we kind of covered this with the, this is, and that came up earlier. Again, that's in here as well.
Go back to that. I just had a question on that. Safely intercede. Could you give me a little explanation of, I think that if an officer sees somebody else using excessive force when they shouldn't be, that they should intercede, but I want to know what the thought was when they added the word safely intercede.
Well, I don't know for certain. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of this process, but my what comes to mind is that, let's say an officer is using a taser, and he's continually the other officer wouldn't step in front of that taser to stop him, but he would actually use an affirm command to put it away, or and that isn't needed anymore, and intervene that way. So when I was reading through this, that's what came to mind, is that how are they going to interact and how are they going to stop if they need to intercede? And each situation is going to look a little bit different, but with the taser, once it's been shot, the officer could continue using it over and over and over again, and they can intercede in that without safely and interrupt that from taking place.
Okay, thank you. We do have two more questions.
Okay.
Leave Mr. Heckman and then Mr. Cronin. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, thank you. So regarding this, the one thing I want to point out is that, so, intercede, intervene, as my colleague pointed out earlier, stronger language would be appreciated, but we've repeatedly made the comment about this particular stipulation in the use of force suite, that there's no obligation here to report. So they've interceded or they've intervened, but there's no obligation to report. Also, the discipline sanction is a 5 here. And if you look at SOP 313, which is officers' conduct and duty, there is an obligation to intervene and to report. And so I think it's appropriate to cross-reference that other SOP 313 here, and then align the disciplinary sanctions, because it's a 7 in SOP 313 and it's a 5 in this revised point, and there's no clear statement, explicit statement. There's no explicit statement that there's an obligation to report it. That's all I had.
Just oh, go ahead. Mr. Corner, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Heckman sort of stated most of my comments there. And I was wondering, when it says policy shall safely intercede to stop the officers or the employees' actions, was this contemplating any situation of officer on officer safety?
Yes, that was, from my understanding. And again, I apologize. I didn't write this at all. I mean, I
understand that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they were contemplating in this particular situation. And I'm looking at notes here. If there's anything different they added in. But again, any of these questions that you have, we will definitely get them clarified by the folks that wrote the policies. I know it was people on that worked on this document together. I had the opportunity to sit in for, I think, one session towards the very end. So next section is based on.
I'm so sorry, Chair French. Before we move on, Chair French, may I speak?
Sure.
Thank
I'm
you.
s- I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Mays, and I know that you didn't write this, and I don't really quite know yet how to go about fixing this particular concern, but I'm going to raise the concern and get it out of my head. 4.5, 5 years ago, something like that, when I joined the board, and Member Nixon was there as well, we took our Citizens Police Academy and we had use of force training. And that use of force training that we experienced was really uncomfortable. It was concerning on a variety of levels. The tone that was being taught at the academy at the time, which I understand has changed, but still, we have a number of officers in our department that were trained under this concerning use of force training. This bit about that another reasonable officer would view as out of policy is very, very subjective. It really is going to depend. You get a 21-year-old kid that goes through the academy and they're trained poorly on what use of force is acceptable and appropriate. They are going to think that what would be an out of policy use of force is acceptable. And so I'm not quite sure how to fix that, but that is a very subjective qualifier there. So that's my 2 cents.
That's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up. I do appreciate all this feedback. I mean, again, this is kind of a new process. I mean, literally, this is my 3rd month, and I got COVID when I got here, so I kind of missed some of the window there. So I appreciate all this feedback, and you know, again, this is going to be something I'm going to learn from, and we'll be able to pass this on to our newer cadets and the new investigators, and then when we start working with our department and training our staff. The next section is.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Excuse me, Chair French, I had my hand up, but obviously it's invisible.
I'm sorry, I did not see it. Go ahead, Member Wartell. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. This discussion about intervene versus intercede, the 2 words, if you look up definitions across the internet, are interchangeable. In fact, they use the one to define the other and the other to define the one. I don't know how one would be stronger than the other. That was my only comment about that issue.
Like me to proceed, Chair French?
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. I keep on wanting to call you legislators because that's what I've testified with in the last 13 years. So find myself saying legislators. The next session here is based on totality of circumstances. Department personnel shall, and this is dealing with only use force to accomplish a lawful objective. And again, they're broken down as only use force that is objectively reasonable, only use force when the force is necessary, and only use the minimal amount of force necessary. And I'll bring it up a little further. And then they're assessing whether using the minimal amount of force, whether the use of force is necessary, and whether the use of force is objectively reasonable.
And Officer Mays, can I ask a question?
Oh, of course.
So I'm trying to understand, because I see this time and time again in these nice little packages that IA or Use of the Force Review Board provides for us, where it is stated that the officer either feared for their life or the life of their fellow officers. Where does that play into this? Because I'm looking at this when like only use force when force is necessary, objectively reasonable. Where does that fear for life fall into that?
Yeah, I'm not seeing that either.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if we see it all the time on these slide decks that are provided for us to look at the use of force, and they're redacted and things like that. If you're stating that, because I'm not a jury, I'm just a board member looking at this, then I'm trying to understand what the tact or the purpose is for stating that there's fear for their life. Because I mean, we all know, anything having to do with aggression and use of force could instill fear. But I guess, does that need to be in the policy, or is that just something as an adjunct that is added as ad lib, or what?
Yeah, I think it may be something we want to include in the policy. You're correct. Just looking at this and what's been excluded, yeah. So again.
Member Friends, Mr. Jones has his hand up.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, here, as I mentioned earlier when I errantly spoke, we believe that totality of circumstances should be defined. All too often, when that whatever's test is totality of circumstances are often used to capture the civilians' behavior, but not the officers. And we believe that the officers' behavior should also be included in the totality of circumstances. And thank you.
Okay, I'm taking notes. On section D, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to.
Okay. Oh, on section D, consistent with the SOP complaints involving department personnel, and the department shall hold personnel accountable when they use force that does not conform to the standard operation procedures or training conducted by the department, and they do not uphold the lawful professional ethical standards through the assertive leadership and supervision before, during, and after every use of force incident. And I can't see your hands either, so if something comes up, please.
Can we just briefly go back to that section real quick?
Sure, of course.
So it said to uphold the policy before and after the incident. Did I paraphrase that correctly, or?
Let's see.
Standards through, yeah,
Mhm.
during and after every use of force incident. So I go back to the other section of the top section of this this policy, where it says sanctity of life, and given statement D2, where it says at the end of it, during and after every use of force incident. Is this saying that after that use of force, the sanctity of life still needs to be preserved and considered, or should I say acted upon, in the sanctity of life after as well, after that use of force? Like, for instance, when you shoot someone and you've had to use that terminal force, and they are, say they're laying there dying, does this also refer to the treatment of that person's body, whether it's a corpse or whether it's a dying person, to administer some sort of first aid to save them at that point. In other words, you've used the force, they're in fear for their lives, so, and they're officers, so this man's been shot, and then after that, how they're treated. I would think that when somebody's incapacitated by a bullet, then the immediate thing to do would be to call an ambulance if there's still a pulse
Yes,
or something like that. With that, okay.
yes, and that's a really good question. Thank you for, yeah. And then, yes, that does cover that. And I've seen that in all the investigations that I've looked at. If any time force is used, they have called paramedics to come out immediately to look at them, and they're being treated with respect. And I've seen that over time and time again. But yes, I think that's what that means in that section there. So,
Mr. Mays, if I can piggyback off of what Mr. Nixon was just saying, Member Nixon was saying, and yes, Director McDermott, that kind of duty to provide medical care and whatnot is in 252.7. What does not appear in any of the policies and what the board has traditionally struggled with when we review use of force cases, officer-involved shootings, when we review officer-involved shootings, is the treatment of a deceased person's remains post use of force. And I understand that the department is a little bit hamstrung when it comes to responsible parties. I understand that the Office of the Medical Investigator is the one that takes control of the remains and whatnot, but we have seen situations where a person will be lying, shot, bloodied, in some cases, mostly unclothed, whatnot, in full view of the public. And I understand that the department, our officers are not in a position to be able to handle those remains and to provide some modesty and just dignity to that individual, but there needs to be some sort of compromise reached with OMI, whether or within the department's abilities to not manhandle a person's remains, but perhaps be provided with some sort of tenting apparatus, because it's not right for that individual. It's not right for the public. It's disturbing for family members to come up on a scene. Something needs to be done. And it is something that has come up repeatedly when we review these cases. I would like to see the department in general kind of explore the different avenues for treating the citizens of Albuquerque or people that are within Albuquerque with just a little bit more dignity than sometimes we see, use of force or not. It would be nice to see that, but I think that this is a really good place to start. And there's things out there, options out there. We've been to NACOL conferences where we've heard other departments that have struggled with this and have reached some kind of a solution with citizen action groups and whatnot. But just that baseline respect for other persons in our community. And I would like to see that. I'm really glad that Member Nixon brought it up, because it's the very first thing when I see sanctity of life and then I see those videos and they don't mesh well. It is jarring. So.
thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move from section D. And if I'm going too fast, please let me know if you want to read any of that's been crossed out.
And while you're doing that, Officer Mays, Member Galloway just brought something to my attention that I wanted to ask. So when we talk about the sanctity of life and we talk about that line of fear for our lives or fear for the lives of myself and the other officers, I was under the impression, and because you've been in training, maybe you could kind of just clarify this real briefly. I don't want to take up too much time on it, but I was under the impression that when an officer is trained they're being trained to do the right thing and to act accordingly in those situations, despite the emotions, or say a fear, or say the adrenaline's there, or their rage, or whatever that is, so that they can act according to what you would consider constitutional policing. Is that a true statement, or is that the intent of training, is to do that so that it's not about your fear of life and now because you feared your life and now you have a justification for doing something. It's in spite of the fear of life that you are going to act appropriately. Is that
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I actually went to the police academy 34 years ago, and we were taught that back then. So long I've been in law enforcement now, and I know this the way they are training. It's always been that way. It's training regardless what your fear is. The sanctity of life is very important, and no matter what that individual did, you're still going to treat them with respect. And what I've seen again over the last 3 months, the things that I've reviewed so far, and the OBRDs that I've reviewed, that I'm seeing that a more professional police officer, they are being treated, and they are taking it to that step where they are treating with respect. And I understand some of your concerns, Ms. Galloway, with having the body out there still, or some of those other things. And that's certainly something that we will definitely, I'll bring that up to my chain of command. I'm only the deputy commander, but I will definitely bring it up to the commander, and then the deputy chief, and the chief, and we will certainly discuss everything. And I'm grateful this is being recorded too, because I can't keep up with the notes. Thank you.
And I have to weigh in on what Member Galloway said. Yes, it is very disturbing to see the treatment of the deceased body. So yes, I certainly would appreciate it too, if that is brought up.
Okay. And I know just from, because when I retired from here over 13 years ago, and then went to the Attorney General, and my last assignment was homicide. I know many times the officers are kind of waiting for OMI, as you mentioned, Ms. Galloway. And that does make it difficult, but because I know the last thing anyone wants is a body out there for the public to see, and children walking by, or anyone to see that. Regardless what happened with that individual, and whatever the situation is still having that respect for that individual. So again, thank you for bringing that up. And as we learn through, and as things progress, and we start to see changes, I imagine there's going to be other ways we can deal with that as well. So section 2-52-5 is dealing with the authorization of the use of force. It was changed from use of force prohibited to authorization of use of force. And this section is department personnel will derive their authority to from the United States Constitution, federal and state laws, department policies, and the community. As you see here, the department personnel who use force shall use a minimum amount of force that is objectively reasonable and necessary, and based on the totality of the circumstances confronting them, in order to bring about the lawful objective. And then section 2 is the unreasonable force degrades legitimacy of the officer's authority. And then, of course, under that, the section A, consistent with the standard operation procedures, the SOP discipline system, department personnel shall be disciplined for using the force that is unreasonable, and shall be subject to possible criminal prosecution and/or civil liability, and as referred to the SOP and discipline system for sanctions.
Mr. Mays, I have a brief comment. I found this particular section, 252.5A, to be a little confusing in its entirety. This might be mostly a pedantic complaint, but I have a feeling that when it comes to disciplinary investigations, it's going to be kind of confusing to figure out what policy someone violated. Just since 252.5A1 seems like it's just a repetition of 252.4C, except for I think it might actually be missing one of those 5 points. And then 252.5A2 is just, you know, it's not really a policy, it's more of a statement, and I didn't totally follow why it was set up that way. I'm just wondering if that section could use a little bit of rewriting just for clarity.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate your feedback. I'm taking some brief notes. That way, at least I can provide feedback to my chain of command. But then again, you know, as we said, we'll deal with more of the details from the recording. This section B under deals with pre-use of force. When feasible, consistent with the SOP use of force, the de-escalation, department personnel should use de-escalation techniques to gain voluntary compliance of an individual to reduce or eliminate the need to use force. When feasible, the department personnel shall of identifying the officers as police, announcing their intent to detain, the search, arrest individual before using force, recognizing the use and distance, cover, concealment, or immediate barriers in order to maximize the reaction time to deployment of resources, issuing verbal warnings to the individual before using force. Doing so would not increase the danger to departments. So given those verbal warnings again, as long as it's not going to put anyone else in danger, another citizen or the officer themselves, and allowing an individual an objectively reasonable amount of time to submit to an arrest or lawful order before using force.
And Mr. Mays, oh, go ahead. I think there's more to it. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I can scroll down further if you want me to stop there for questions or comments. I mean, I apologize. Can't answer a lot of your questions, but I can certainly listen. As continued from that section there, considered whether an individual's failure to comply with their command is due to a medical condition, mental impairment, physical limitation, developmental disability, language barriers, drug interaction, behavior crisis, or other factors beyond an individual's control. And then finally, in such department personnel should consider whether specific techniques, resources would be available or would help resolve the situation without resorting to force. Would you like to comment before I go further, or?
If you don't mind, thank you. On this section, what I was first going to say is that it doesn't go far enough in sections, or should I say statements under 2A through D, or and then to E. And in seeing that, where this individual is, you have to consider whether they have a mental illness, an impairment, they could be deaf, they could be hard of hearing, all kinds of things like that. So between that assessment of statement E, and then when you go back to the top where it says to issue lawful commands and verbal commands on like 2A. If you're, at what point does that officer engage to ensure that this individual is not somehow not comprehending or incapacitated or in fear for their lives for what's going on, to where actions that would be considered hostile, you know, such as reaching for a waistband instead of putting your hands up or whatever it is, because I don't want to be an armchair quarterback on it, but in this sequence, as an officer's looking at this, at what point do you get there to where you're actually looking at the individual to make sure, to see if they can comprehend you, but also if they're not suffering from some sort of mental lapse or thing like that. Is this in order?
What I can say, what I've seen from the cases that I've reviewed,
Mhm.
I've seen officers spend 30 minutes plus just trying to help the person understand and try to determine what is going on with this individual. Some of the cases that I've seen where the individual was maybe under the influence of a narcotic or something, and they're trying to determine what is this person going through. Is it a mental illness? Is it drugs? Are they just angry? What's going on? And I've seen an extended period of time. I don't know if there's going to be a set amount of time, but that I can give you. But what I have seen so far, I've seen that professionalism where they are trying to determine what is going on in this person's head instead of reacting immediately, where, this person's not following orders, so we're going to take force. They're actually trying to talk them through, determine what are the issues that are taking place here. If there's a language barrier, or if it's narcotics or something like that. So I have seen that. I've been very impressed with some of the ones that I've actually got a chance to review that. And again, I just started reviewing recently, but what I've reviewed so far, I've seen them take a lot of time with individuals to determine what they are dealing with. So, but of course, we can always add to this section, or, do anything additional that you all think that would work better. I know these are all up for discussion. That's what we're going through them. So, whatever you all
I believe Mr. Jones has a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm board. I think Mr. Nixon hit it on, but I think some concrete language sort of instructing the officers to seek out whether or not this individual or individuals may have any sort of impediments. I think that's something that could be possible now with the new ACS system and the robust communication systems we have. We can proactively try to engage with other agencies to see whether or not that person has any issues of record.
I have just a brief comment on this. I was pretty surprised at the language in such situations. Department personnel should consider whether, given that consider whether is already a pretty soft requirement. I would really like to have this read: department personnel shall consider whether. Certainly, failure to even consider it seems to be hard to justify.
Just as a comment, consider is a pretty open word anyway. If you want to make it stronger, I think you need to find stronger wording than shall consider.
Yeah, I think it really, the policy doesn't mandate anyone to do anything either way. I think my only hope is that saying shall consider might require that people articulate in reports, why they made the decision that they did.
Yeah, that gets further. I agree.
Honest to goodness, I hear what you guys are saying and absolutely agree with the sentiment, but I am very encouraged by the addition of this language to this policy. It's always been a concern of mine that there will be an individual out there who, for whatever reason, is legitimately unable to follow the commands of an officer leading up to a use of force situation. So I, on the other hand, am very encouraged that this is something that's even being contemplated. So thank you for that.
I would even like to see it put to the top in the consideration of those under 2, section statement 2.
Well, I have a question on that. Is this information with the Real Crime Center that they have, and with the communication system that they have, is this information available to an officer? Because I agree, but an officer knowing if a person has a medical condition or a mental impairment just based on asking a question is also putting a lot on an officer that's not a physician, that's not a psychiatrist. So, you know, with the modern technology, like Mr. Jones said, and the robust communication system we have out there, and the Real Crime Center, and I believe that's their responsibility or one of their priority duties. Is this information available to the officer? Is this individual flagged? Do you know, Mr. Mays?
Madam Chair, yes, it is. And that's, Madam Chair, that's a very good point. Yes, it is. And I monitor the radio all the time. And yes, when they come across an individual that they immediately check to see if there's been any call history, they've been dealing with this individual, and then they'll come out and say, yes, we've had prior incidents with this individual. They may have this issue. So, and they will try to get an officer to respond that's been trained to deal with those particular issues. So if they had some type of mental breakdown or something that they need to address, they have officers trained in that area and they'll get them to respond as well. But they are given that information, which is really nice to see that we've come a long way because they do maintain that database. They are checking with that. And again, with the language in here, it's nice to see this, that we are covering that because.
Well, just for note, I would like to see that put in here, that those particular divisions or whatever they are, that they shall provide the officer with this information.
With all due respect, I think that's a training issue and a logistics issue, not an issue for an SOP.
Give us more.
Well, providing all this information, I think, is incredibly important. But the SOP simply needs to say that it's important that the officer understand that those possible impairments could cause the situation to deteriorate.
I agree with that. That's not what I'm saying, Member Wardkill. What I'm saying is that I think communications are civilians. I know some of the people in Real Crime Center are civilians. So what I was saying is not on the training of the officer, but that it should state somewhere where the officer would get this information, because the officers are not doctors. They're not psychiatrists. They might know if a person is limping or something, that he has a disability, or if he tries to speak, he has a language barrier. But, to say that they shall consider this leaves a lot of responsibility on them. And I just don't want to make it put that total responsibility on the officer when we have modern technology that supplies it to the officer. These other departments have to be held responsible for relaying that to the officer. That's what I was trying to get at.
And I respect that. I think that's a very good point, but I also don't think it belongs in the SOP. That's my only point. Yeah.
Chair French. I apologize, I might have spoken over someone.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that there's actually a separate SOP 2-100, which covers the communications division. I'm a little bit going off memory. I'm kind of scrolling through it right now, but I don't know that I'm going to find the right spot. I believe, though, that SOP 2-100 actually does mandate communications operators to inform officers of any, flags that are in the system about an individual or anything of that nature. It's something that's come up with civilian complaints in the past when that has failed to happen. And I think we've even recommended disciplinary action for it. That said, I think we have to be cautious. There's, medical records are not broadly open to the police for good reasons. There's no guarantee at all that there would be any useful information. Just definitely when it does exist, we would hope that it gets to officers.
And in that case, I would agree with you entirely. It's part of the SOP for the communications folks. And I think that's what you're saying, isn't it, Member Crawford?
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
it is.
that's correct. And I think, maybe this will be an action item for myself. I'll try to find where that is in 2-100. I do think it's there, but if it's not, maybe that's a separate policy recommendation.
I do think there's something about if there's a history of interactions with the crisis intervention team, that is information that's easily communicated to officers anytime they're facing a situation where they're working with that individual again. So I'm again pulling from memory, but I feel like that's somewhere in some of those policies.
And the Real-Time Crime Center, I will review those policies too. Okay, that's all I had to say. We can move on.
Just one more question that has started to bother me. This change from sworn personnel to department personnel. It's department personnel could be anyone. Is that not true? Who's paid within the department.
That is true.
And a good deal of this really doesn't apply to general department personnel. Why was that changed?
I was looking at that as well, and I think that the reason they changed that is because we are looking at more, we moved over to half of our investigators are civilian personnel. They're not sworn, but they are working, they're still out there doing the internal affair investigations, working with the public and those kind of things. So that's the only thing that I had come up with. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to ask that question. But I noticed, because I'm doing a lot of the hiring now for the civilian investigators, and I think they were trying to cover them with that as well.
But then they're covering administrative assistants and secretaries, and are they not?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, it's true.
if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
To comment on Member Wartell's point and Deputy Commander point. Change from sworn personnel, APD did intend to make it more inclusive of people who work for the department. This includes, for example, public aides who are out in the community. There's transport officers at the transport center, a whole host of other people out in the community that aren't necessarily sworn personnel out on patrol. And so it does encompass more people, and we do want them to abide by these rules as well.
Yeah, it sounds like there isn't a better way, but it just seems to have put an umbrella over an awful lot of people.
And it's not necessarily a bad thing when you're talking about, protecting or such a serious operating procedure with the use of force and the ramifications.
Sure, that makes sense to me. I understand.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add to that as well. The CPOA does receive complaints about non-sworn civilian employees, especially PSAs. I think would be, obviously we would hope that this policy never applies to PSAs, but I think it's important that it does. And PSAs and sometimes property crime reporting technicians and communications operators have a lot of contact with the public, and we do end up getting complaints about them.
And the crime scene investigators are all civilians.
Yeah.
The CSIs. But I think we had a couple of people that had their hands up for questions. I have Robbie Heckman, and I thought I saw one other hand, but that's the only one I see right now. Mr. Heckman?
Yeah, to this point, I mean, this has been moving around a lot. Sworn personnel in the last iteration, many things were changed to sworn personnel, and I'm just going to question. You're only going to, APD is only going to send sworn personnel to a high threat situation, right? I mean, I'm confused by this as well with the member Wartel's comment. I think makes perfect sense. It's I understand that you're trying to create an umbrella of accountability, but geez, we aren't going to, and maybe some of this is a reflection, and I don't know that the Department of Public Safety is starting to get involved in some of these situations, but I don't know. I mean, I agree. I think that requires a little bit of scrutiny and someone looking at that, because I'm hoping that APD would not send civilian personnel to a what's called right there, number 4, a high threat situation.
I think that that's a fair point, Robbie, but I also think that situations don't always develop the way that we would like them to. And something that could be originally deemed a non-threatening situation could very quickly escalate to something else. And so having that as a catch-all is probably not a bad idea. If you'd ever need to use it, great, but in the instances that you do need to have something written in policy someplace, it's good for there to be clear direction.
Yeah, I guess that begs the question, do they go through the training? Because you can't
Exactly.
expect people to
Sure.
behave
That's
fair.
exactly what I was going to say. You can't hold them to a higher standard if you don't put them through the training.
I mean, it sounds a little bit silly, but you can't imagine the situation where an administrative assistant would accost someone with their laptop. So
I think it is important to point out, though, that fairly recently, I think, since I was appointed to the board, for example, we received a complaint about kind of a tense, dramatic situation that played out involving clerical staff in the lobby of a command. So, these things do happen. This policy doesn't really mandate anyone to do anything except for things like reporting, but it does restrict what they do. And I think it's critical that those restrictions apply to all APD staff. I don't want to be in the situation where a clerical worker decks someone in the lobby of the Valley Command and we're looking at the policy scratching our heads because there was no policy. All of this seems kind of far-fetched. I think there's a good reason that this policy was made so general.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree. And the reason why I disagree with that is because they don't have the same training, and civilian employees have policy and procedures, rules and regulations that they have to follow. And that, they have contracts, they have different things that they are guided by, and APD mostly is guided by this SOP. So to say that everyone is held to the same standard that hasn't received the same training, to me, is not, you can't justify that, and you can't hold it over their head. So I think that there is, like I said, there's rules and regulations. There's all kind of standards that our civilians have to go by. So, saying that a civilian has to comply or consider whether an individual's medical condition, mental impairment, I just, they don't have that type of training. So I don't see how you can say they shall consider that. So.
Do we
but
know that
that's
they
the
don't have
point.
that
That's-
training?
Absolutely.
They don't have any kind of a training to prepare them for situations that may come up as a PSA or as somebody who's working in a substation or a transport officer. I have to believe there's probably something.
I don't know what the PSAs go through. I think they have a mini academy, but I can tell you as an administrative, as a clerical and an M series in the police, no, we did not have this type of training.
How
Did-
often would you interact with general public in what could develop into a high tense situation?
Constantly.
Really? Huh.
Yes.
Guess we know what we can talk with the training academy about next go round. Get
So-
some more insight on that.
I think the only ones that civilians are required to take is active shooter. So I'm just saying, and we can move on, I don't want to belabor this, but I'm just saying that I just don't think it's fair to people that haven't had that type of training. Officers get a lot more training on mental health and medical conditions than civilians or anybody else does.
I'm getting kind of sorry I brought it up.
Well, don't be. I think it's something that we need to make recommendations on changes or what we'd like to see. Okay. I'm sorry, were there any other comments?
Chair French, I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Heckman did make a comment in the message in the chat.
Okay, so Mr. Heckman said also sworn personnel is used in much of the document, so it is not consistent. Okay, so those are all points that we will make, and as a board, we can talk about this again and bring it up for discussion during another meeting also. Okay. So you can go ahead, Mr. Mays, sorry.
Okay, thank you. The de-escalation techniques are covered somewhere else. I saw today. During the use of force, when using force, department personnel shall stop or reduce the level of force as the individual reduces their resistance.
I'm
And
sorry,
this-
I just realized I missed something, so I'm going to make this just slightly confusing. I just wanted to make a quick comment about, let's see if I can give the paragraph number, 252 4B 4A, which was enough letters that probably helped no one. But it says at the scene of a potentially violent encounter, department personnel shall not attempt to resolve the incident alone unless there's an immediate threat of death or serious injury. Something which both IA, FD identified and the agency identified in the case of Roger Schaefer that we discussed earlier in this meeting is that it seems like a kind of a defect in the handling of that incident is that there was no identified person in charge on the scene, which certainly seems like a factor that could have led to, a less well-developed plan for how to handle the incident. And I wonder if somewhere around here might be the place to try to address that in policy. It might just be saying department personnel should not attempt to resolve the incident alone or without a supervisor or without, at least someone in charge of the incident, unless there's some sort of exigent circumstance that they really can't wait or, nominate someone at least.
Okay. From what I've observed lately is that they have, if they're able to get a supervisor to respond to the scene and they can, well, they're trying to make a determination on how to move forward. They've been able to do that. Unfortunately, what that has done though is because every force case involved, a supervisor has to do an investigation that's not involved. Now they're pulling, they've had other supervisors from other area commands have to come over and do the force investigation, but they're making it work from what I've seen. Would you like to include that in this section, in the SOP?
Yeah, I think it would be wise to add that, requirement with the existing exception of when there's imminent danger, just since it seems like, a source of trouble. And I have some background in kind of a different area of disaster response. And that's always, the first thing drilled into you basically in FEMA training is that you've always got to pick someone to be in charge. You know, it's kind of a recipe for trouble to not do so.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, we were here, I think, was I number 2? In a situation when an individual is forced into a face-down position, the department personnel shall release pressure and weight from the individual, position the individual on their side, or sit them up as soon as the scene is secure and it is safe to do so. Department personnel shall monitor the individual for any breathing problems or any other signs of distress. Number 3, department personnel shall only consider the use of a leg sweeps and arm bars or takedowns or a passive resistant system restraint. And then below that is certain circumstances would be to prevent intimate bodily harm to the officer, individual, or to another person, to overcome an act of resistance, or where it's objectively reasonable and necessary to overcome passive resistance and handcuff the individual. Post use of force, consistent with the SOP, use of force, reporting by department personnel. Department personnel shall clearly articulate the facts demonstrating that they are used to minimum amount of force that was objectively reasonable and necessary based on the totality of circumstances confronting them in order to bring about a lawful objective. And I think we see a hand up.
Yes, thank you. I guess I just wanted to, we very much appreciate this addition, that the officers are required to clearly articulate the facts, demonstrate that they use the minimum amount of force. I just think that's a good addition.
Thank you. Section -2-52-6, prohibited use of force. The department personnel shall not intentionally use force in a manner that violates federal or state law. Use force to attempt to gain compliance with an unlawful command. Number 3, engage objectively unreasonable action or tactics to make statements that escalate a situation such that the use of force. Number 4, the use of force against a restrained or handcuffed individual.
Excuse me, would you mind defining number 3 for me?
Sure. Engage in objectively unreasonable actions or tactics or make statements to escalate the situation. What I could say is an officer telling an individual, I'm going to kick your, and using profanity, trying to escalate things that way. Any kind of vulgar comments or making threats or statements like that, which could escalate things because some individuals can't be talked to that way.
Well, comments about someone's mother, that okay, I understand.
Yeah. And yeah, so and that's what they mean by that. Let's see here. Number 4, I use force against a restrained or handcuffed individual unless the force is necessary to prevent the imminent threat of harm to personnel, the individual or others under 4A. That's the only time you may be using force to overcome active resistance or to move an individual who's passively resisting. Right. Number 5, use their firearms as an impact weapon, except to protect themselves from an immediate risk of deadly threats. Number 6, the use of force definition. The use of neck holds consistent with the use of force deficient. I'm sorry, I read that first. Number 6, basically saying the use of choke holds or neck holds consistent with the use of force definition. Number 7, firing warning shots. Number 8, fire a less than lethal or lethal munitions at an individual in a crowded environment if, based upon the totality of the circumstances, the danger of hitting an innocent bystander outweighs the necessity of and likelihood of stopping the individual, or the use of a weapon-mounted light for general illumination. Any questions about that section? Mr. Heckman? I can see your hands now, which is nice.
Yeah, thank you. And number 6, so this is a list of prohibited uses of force.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is number 6 is worded in a very awkward way because I think, I'm going off my memory here, but if you go to the use of force definitions, they have the blood flow restriction, and they also have the airflow, the respiratory restriction as neck holds, as definitions.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that I'm reading this is that those are now, even when deadly, because it does say in the definitions that those are deadly force, but here I'm reading that they're prohibited uses of force.
Yes.
And I DC, when he was the deputy chief, Garcia, in the kind of aftermath of the George Floyd, actually stood up and told the community that neck holds were not allowed to be used by APD, which at the time really wasn't true, because right now these policies are in place now, and the policy that's in place now that went into effect January 11th of 2020 does allow neck holds to be used, but only as lethal force. And so I'm just confused because I don't know if this is APD trying to ban neck holds, or there needs to be some sort of shoring up between this statement and the definitions.
Okay. Thank you for catching that. Yes. Yeah, and I have the definitions here as well. You're right. It's we'll make note of that as well.
Does just taking consistent with use of force definitions, taking that out, solve that problem?
That's, I would say that's one of several different situations where the definitions don't really agree very well with how the terms are used in the policy. Right. I didn't even read this super closely, but I noticed a few that I'll probably point out when we get to 253. It does feel, though, like just as a broad point, someone with a pedantic mind probably needs to go through the definitions in 253 and actually check them against all the other policies, because there's just several different odd things going on.
Well, I think what as a community member, what I would like to believe is that APD is banning neck holds. And if that's the case, I think APD needs to really make that explicit, because and get kudos for it, because neck holds are defined as lethal force in the court-approved settlement agreement. So this would be an instance where APD is self-initiating and restricting that option as a use of deadly force. So, I mean, I think that would be something that the community would support.
So taking out that phrase would make you happy?
Well, I mean, it's not about me, but I appreciate
No, I
that.
know
But
that.
yeah, no, I mean, well, I mean, but I'm confused by it right now.
Sure.
It seems like it's a prohibited use of force, but then you go read the definitions, like it's prohibited unless deadly force is, appropriate. The use of deadly force. I mean, because the way that it was presented, is kind of like, well, it's prohibited unless deadly force is needed, but then you don't get to say that you ban neck holds, because by that same logic, your firearm is prohibited unless deadly force is necessitated.
Sure.
That your firearms aren't, it's not a banned deadly force.
Also, could you go back up to the top, and is this to employees or is this sworn?
Employees. Department personnel.
Okay. Okay, so I need to, I think again, this should be sworn.
Okay.
Do we really intend to allow non-sworn individuals to do these things though? Because that's sort of what it feels like if that gets changed back.
I agree. Keep scrolling down where it says something about a firearm and firearms. So I don't think that we're going to allow civilians to use firearms.
But that's perfectly consistent with this if it applies to civilians, since it prevents using them in certain situations.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Member Crawford. What did you say again on that one?
Well, this section does not allow someone to use a firearm. It prohibits them from using a firearm in certain ways. So, for someone who's not authorized to carry a firearm, that just doesn't seem like it's an issue at all. It's consistent.
Chair
It's funny.
French.
Member Nixon has his hand up, sorry. Chair French.
Yes. Member Nixon has his hand up. Okay, go ahead, Member Nixon, and then Member Wortel.
And this is just a quick question. So when we do policy changes or recommendations for policy changes like this, what part does the police union play in this? In other words, let's say this policy is changed and everything. Does it have to go through a review, or does it have to be accepted by the police union in order for us to change policies? And that's just a general question. Anybody can answer that that knows the answer. Thank you.
Policy changes follow the SOP 3-52 process. So there's a variety of steps through that. As to the union specifically, the union has a role in parts of it, but it's not of their approval. In this case, the DOJ has to sign off because it is a DOJ policy, but all of that's laid out in 3-52.
Member Wortel?
Just an interesting side point. The D5 used to say use their firearms, while non-sworn personnel don't have firearms. So there aren't any of their firearms to use as an impact weapon.
Chair French, you're muted. I'm not sure if you.
Thank you, sorry. I was just saying, I was looking at the chat Sorry about that, guys. Ms. McDermott, interim director, you have several big paragraphs here. Could you?
I was just
explain-
putting the definition in for the membership when we were talking about neck holds. So I just pulled it from 2-53 so that people would be able to refer to it without having to go to that policy since we were talking about the neck holds. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I was trying to read through it and say, okay, thank you. Are there any more comments at this time on this section? I don't see any hands up. All right. You may proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me see how this is broken down here. This is dealing with deadly force. Department personnel shall not use deadly force against any individual who is threatening suicide or self-injury when the individual is not posing a threat to anyone else. Letter B, solely in defense or protection of property. Letter C, against an individual unless the officer has objectively reasonable belief that an individual poses an immediate threat of death or serious physical injury to the personnel or another person. Or letter D, against an individual who is fleeing or attempting to escape unless they have established probable cause to believe that the individual has committed or is process committing a felony involving the infliction or threatened infliction of death or a serious physical injury. If permitted to flee or escape, the individual would pose an imminent or immediate threat of death or serious physical injury to the officers or individuals or people if not apprehended. And if the officers identify themselves as law enforcement officer and has stated the intention to use deadly force and has given the individual a reasonable opportunity to comply with lawful orders and directions if time, safety, and totality of circumstances permits. Okay. Letter C, deadly force by motor vehicles. Under number 1, department personnel shall not intentionally place themselves in the path or reach inside a moving vehicle. Under that, letter A, under 1, when feasible, department personnel shall move out of the path of a moving vehicle to a position of cover. Number 2, department personnel shall not discharge a firearm at or move a moving vehicle unless an occupant of the vehicle the officer is engaging is using deadly force other than the vehicle itself against officer or another person. Two 52-7, duty to provide medical attention and transportation. Following any use of force that does not show force, and once it is safe to do so, the department personnel shall determine whether any individual was injured by the use of force. Number 2, immediately render aid consistent with the officer's training. Number 3, immediately request medical attention when individual is injured or complains of injury. Number 4, when force was used on an individual, the individual requires medical care, ensures the individual receives medical care without delay. And letter A, under number 4, the officer responsible for interviewing the individual shall go to the location of the individual for the purpose of conducting the interview. Number 5, immediately request medical attention following any level 2 or level 3 use of force, regardless of visible injury or complaint of injury. Under number 5, This shall not apply to level 2 or level 3 uses of force in which there is no contact, i.e. attempted strikes and or missing ECW deployments. Number 6, closely monitor individuals who are taken into custody. If individuals are injured, exhibiting physical distress, complaining of pain, or have been rendered unconscious. Number 7, if an officer transports an individual to a medical facility, the officer shall notify the Emergency Communications Center of stating that and any mileage of the transporting vehicle, and when transporting an individual to a medical facility for treatment, take the safest and most direct route to the medical facility consistent with SOP restraints and transportation of individual.
Where did 7 come from?
I don't, what do you mean? Just how was it added?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so opaque. It feels like it doesn't fit in the list, just to me. It doesn't feel like it fits in the list of SOPs.
Recording starting and ending mileage with dispatch is it's a common practice. It was developed, I think, in response to some specific incidents where people were being kind of hauled out into the desert and left there and things of that nature. Not in Albuquerque necessarily, but I mean, historically in the United States. I did find it slightly odd that it was here, just because I would think that the same rule is probably in the SOP on restraints and transportation, but I haven't checked that. But it's intended as an accountability measure, just so that they can try to rule out whether or not, you know, an officer did something odd on the drive there.
Right.
Took the long way.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I just kind of wonder, it kind of didn't fit in my hierarchy of things.
yes. And thank you for explaining that. And I know it's always been a practice to call out mileage from different genders. And from my recall, yeah, they just adding this to the medical facilities. It's just, I'm glad to see it. I mean, it's good to call it. There's, you're right. I mean, there's been, I haven't heard that those type of issues happening here, but I know that has taken place around the country somewhere. So
Thanks.
thank you for clarifying that. If an officer is unable to secure the scene, the officer may safely extract the individual and transport them to a safe location for medical treatment if necessary. And I think that concludes this part of the SOP.
I'm sorry, that very last one, does that apply to suspect or victim? Is that anyone?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Should I open the definitions next and do that? Should we continue? Let's see here.
Sorry, yes, that's fine.
Okay, sorry. Am I still on sharing screen? I can't see it on my side.
Not anymore.
Yeah, you're not sharing right now, but you should have the ability still.
Okay, thank you. I think we're looking at 253 definitions. So I assume everyone can see that. Let me scroll down to. Okay, this is the definition section. And then it talks about the purpose, the policy to define terminology used by the Albuquerque Police Department. And then the policy of the department is to define terms within the use of force, standard operation procedure, ensure the department personnel use and understanding the correct terms consistently. And I don't think a lot has changed in this. I remember, if I recall, not a lot's changed in this under definitions. The authorization of force, they say here is a directive from a supervisor to a subordinate to permit the use of force consistent with the department use of force SOP. Complaint or pain. So they're crossed out injury, complaint or pain. Individual's claim or verbal expression of temporary, that is not reasonable associated with the injury. I'm sorry, that it should be pain. I should have highlighted that one. So it is.
I just wanted to
I
call
believe
this
Mr.
one.
Heckman has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. If you could scroll up to the purpose.
Sure.
I think we've been struggling with this, and I think Member Crawford's brought this up a couple times, but it seems to me like the purpose of the use of force definitions is really to create a common lexicon throughout the department that ties together the policies and the training of APD personnel. And so, I mean, I think this is kind of, you know, I appreciate you want kind of a concise purpose statement, but I think it's revealed through a lot of some of the definitions, and then the way that I think, as Member Crawford pointed out, they don't quite jive with some of the policies that actually use some of the definitions. And so I think that I would put a much higher standard on these definitions, in the sense that they really should facilitate a common language, and that goes from the academy and the training and even the post-academy training, and is woven through all of the policies. So they really aren't just kind of an abstract list of definitions, but they're part of a, you know, a learning organization, and have a, you know, I mean, I think they're because they're vitally important, and these are the very things that are going to, you know, be taught at the academy, and then people can recognize them in the policies as well.
Okay, I think we can move on.
All right. So, and do you want me to continue reading each definition? Is that?
I did, maybe before we address that, which is its own difficult question, just want to make a point about B here, complaint of injury or pain.
Okay.
I found this one a little bit weird because of the not reasonably associated with an injury. It seems like maybe this is intended to cover like complaints that an officer doesn't necessarily believe or something of that nature. But it's maybe kind of a moot point, because I can't promise it's not in there, but I don't think when I looked, I actually found this term used in the policies in this way. Complaint of injury is common, and complaint of pain or injury is common, but I don't know that I ever saw a complaint of pain on its own. So I think maybe, you know, honestly, the fix might just be to take this one out, but there's something kind of weird going on here.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, critical firearm discharges of a lethal firearm by an officer, including the accidental discharges and discharges where no person is struck. The range and training firings and destruction of animals consistent with SOP destruction or capture of animals, and off-duty hunting discharges where no person is struck or not critically not critical firearm discharges. Deadly force, any use of force that is reasonable, likely to cause death or serious physical injury, and includes but not limited to discharging a firearm at an individual, whether intentionally or accidentally. Any neck hold as defined in this SOP. Letter C, intentionally striking vital areas of the body, including the head, neck, throat, torso, growing with a baton, flashlight, radio, weapon, stock, handle, or improvised impact weapon. Letter D, intentionally striking an individual's head against a hard fixed object such as a roadway, floor, wall, or steel iron bars. Letter E, intentionally targeting an individual's head, neck, throat, chest, or groin with a beanbag shotgun. Letter F, intentionally targeting an individual's head, neck, throat, chest, or groin with a 40mm impact munition launcher. Letter G, intentionally targeting an individual's head, neck, throat, chest, genitalia with an electronic control weapon. And letter H, intentionally kneeing or kicking an individual's head, throat, or neck while the individual is in a prone supine position. And letter I, deliberately striking an individual with a motor vehicle. Letter J, the use of a pursuit intervention technique, which is a PIT, over 35 miles per hour, consistent with the SOP pursuit intervention technique. Letter K, the use of a tire deflation device on all two-wheeled or three-wheeled motor vehicles, consistent with the SOP use of tire deflation devices. Letter I, the use of a pit or two-wheeled or three-wheeled motor vehicles, consistent with SOP pursuant to intentional techniques, or I'm sorry, intervention technique. Anything on that area? Letter E, de-escalation, a concerted effort to attempt it to calm a situation or prevent a situation from escalating to a physical confrontation or injury by using verbal or nonverbal techniques, including active listening skills, tone of voice, body posture, personal space, eye contact, and empathy and compassion to promote officer and individual safety, consistent with the SOP response to behavioral health issues. Mr. Heckman, we have a question?
Yeah, I mean, it's a comment on this. One of the things, and this goes to my earlier point about integrating these better with the training and stuff, is that one of the problems I think at APD that's been recognized is that repeatedly officers view de-escalation as isomorphic. That is a technique that you use when someone is in crisis. And I think it would serve APD well to view this as a toolkit as a tool that they need to use every time they don their uniform. I mean, shoot, it's a great de-escalation and the soft skills that are required. I understand they're not easy, and especially in potentially intense situations, but the fact that the officers should really view that in almost any circumstance, it would be appropriate to, use these skills. And then my kind of parting comment on this, I mean, subsection A, it really begs what they're teaching at the academy if you have to qualify it like this. They aren't getting it. I know where they're getting this, and I know why they're saying this is because I've read it in the monitoring team's report that repeatedly officers have written in their reports that I did de-escalate. I provided these commands: get on the ground, sit on the curb, stop talking. Those are categorically not de-escalation techniques, but so I just think, again, recognizing that this should be a tool that the officers should be using as often as possible is important, and not viewing it like the end of that first paragraph is a kind of a, linking it to behavioral health issues, exclusively to behavioral health issues.
Thank you. Under that section A, command orders, e.g. Stop or get on the ground, are not de-escalation techniques. Letter F, deficient review.
I'm a little bit confused by this, and I'm sorry to extend this further, but does this mean officers shouldn't use those terms?
Well, those terms are not de-escalation techniques.
I agree with that, but how is an officer supposed to interpret this? You're telling him to use de-escalation techniques, but don't say stop or get on the ground.
Right.
I'm probably hyperbolizing this too much.
Well, and that's why it says are not de-escalation techniques. Because some officers will think, well, yeah, I yelled out, stop. I try to de-escalate, tell them to get on the ground, stop and do this, and that's not a technique.
If I may, really quick.
Yes.
And this is exactly to Mr. Heckman's point and Mr. Wartel's concern. De-escalation is no longer orders and commands are no longer considered de-escalation. So a person in crisis, get on the floor is not de-escalation anymore. And so we are trying to promote that with officers where, de-escalation should always be used, and it shouldn't be just a heavy-handed approach of stop and get on the floor. And I think that's what that's trying to meet, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
And I appreciate that description. It's just a little bit hard to imagine every officer understanding the situation where where using those orders is not de-escalation.
Yeah, and there's certainly times when those are appropriate, but it shouldn't be described as de-escalation or used as a de-escalation.
Sure, sure. And that makes sense.
Yeah.
Deficiency review, supervisory finding that is not based on preponderance of evidence, finding for the application of force, or supervisory findings that fails to identify and resolve the material discrepancies. Empty-handed takedown, as explained here. Any authorized empty-hand techniques used to physically maneuver an individual to the ground that is equivalent to a strike, kick, or blow, causes injury, could reasonably be expected to cause injury or result in a complaint of injury. Empty hand technique, a technique used by an officer with specific intent to separate the individual's mind from the body and break their focus. When effective, an empty hand technique creates time for the officer to react, allow them to transition to another tool or techniques in order to gain control of the individual, or disengage and create a distance between themselves and the individual.
This is maybe a
confusing. I apologize for the interruption.
No, I think I was going to say the same thing you were. I read this paragraph like 5 times and I'm still not 100% confident I get what it means. Specific intent to separate the individual's mind from body is, you could really do some philosophizing about that. I think this probably just needs to be rewritten to be a little more specific about physically what those techniques are.
Thank you. Under a electronic control weapon, ECW application, the use or attempted use of any electronic impulse to an individual with an ECW. A show of force with an ECW is not an ECW application. Escort techniques, a method that is used by sworn personnel to maintain physical control of an individual in order to guide them for the purpose of meeting the officer's objectives. The escort technique is not intended to cause pain, but when necessary allows the sworn personnel to easily transition to using force. It ends there. Actually, of circumstances is an emergency situation requiring immediate action to prevent an imminent danger to life, serious damage to property, to forestall an imminent escape of an individual, or to prevent the destruction of evidence. Feasible in action when it can be done or carried out, reasonable to achieve a lawful objective without creating an unnecessary risk to the officer or others.
This is going to be maybe a little more complex one, but you know, the word feasible does a lot of work throughout this whole body of policies. Almost every paragraph starts with when feasible. And given the criticality of the term feasible, I understand that it's very difficult to define that on paper. This effort, though, I felt was nowhere near the mark. I think that if the policy wants to take on defining what feasible means, which is probably a good idea, it's going to take a more concerted effort than this, which I feel kind of ends up just turning feasible into without creating unnecessary risk. And I think maybe there's more to it than that.
Thank you.
Can you suggest how you would change it?
You know, it's in a way I feel bad bringing it up because I feel like we could have multiple meetings just quibbling over how to define feasible because it is so important in this body of policy. But I think probably at the minimum, it should list some factors in that determination, maybe other than just without creating unnecessary risk.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Letter M, force. Any physical means used to defend the officer or others, restrain, or otherwise gain physical control of an individual who is resisting. Force array. A team tactic that provides sworn personnel with a range of force options and allows them to quickly escalate or de-escalate their force response when necessary. And I apologize, that was not supposed to be highlighted. It was when I got this document that was. Under hard object, any object used to strike an individual forcefully that has the potential to cause serious physical injury or death through a blunt force trauma. A hard object may include an impact weapon, which could include a baton, a beanbag, shotgun rounds, a 40mm impact launcher, munitions, and improvised impact weapons. An officer's hands, knees, forearms, elbows, or feet are not considered hard objects. Immediate threat. A threat of physical harm by an individual to an officer that can be attempted or fulfilled without delay and requires an instant response by an officer to stop the threat or to control the situation. Imminent threat, a dangerous or threatening situation which is about to occur, to take place, and is perceived to be unfolding. Individual is subject whom a force or show of force was used. Injury, any scuff, bruise, scrape, cut, abrasion, or other wound identified on any individual or anything beyond a transitory pain. Letter T, involved officer, any officer who participates in the use of force assist in overcoming an individual's resistance during the use of force or orders authorizes use of force. Lawful objective, a purpose permitted by law, including but not limited to the effect of lawful arrest or detention of an individual. Letter B, preventing harm to an individual or others. Letter C, preventing and or terminating the commission of a crime. Letter D, intervening in a suicide or self-inflicted injury. Letter E, enforcing a valid certificate of evaluation. Letter F, defending an officer or person from physical acts of another. Or letter G, conducting a lawful search when an individual is actively resisting. Levels of force. Level 1 use of force is any force that is likely to cause only transitory pain or disorientation or discomfort during its application as means of gaining compliance and or of show of force. The level 1 use of force includes techniques that are not reasonably expected to cause injury, that do not result in an actual injury, and that are unlikely to result in the complaint of injury. Pain compliance techniques and resisted handcuff are some of those examples. Any level 1 use of force against an individual in handcuff remains level 1 in the use of force. Level 2 use of force which causes injury that could reasonably be expected to cause injury or that results in a complaint of injury regardless of whether the use of force was unintentional or unavoidable. The level 2 use of force includes the use of an ECW, including where the ECW is fired at an individual but misses, the use of a beanbag shotgun or 40mm impact launcher, including when it is fired at the individual but misses, the use of a 40mm impact launcher as a tool to defeat a window or a commercial or residential structure or another type of area will not be investigated as a use of force unless it strikes an individual. This is the OC spray use, including where it's sprayed at an individual but misses. Letter D, empty hand technique, strikes, kicks, empty hand takedowns, or leg sweeps, an attempted empty hand technique. Letter E, strikes, attempted strikes with impact weapons. This includes strike to the head, neck, throat, chest or groin with a beanbag, shotgun, 40mm impact launcher, and strikes to the head, neck, throat, torso, groin with a baton improvised impact weapon, which is considered a deadly force.
This is a quick pedantic point, but the term hard object was defined earlier, and as far as I can tell, is not used anywhere. And I think this is probably where it was supposed to be used.
Okay. Thank you. The noise flash divisionary device, deployment inside a structure. If the NFDD is deployed outside of a structure and is used as a means to gain attention of an individual, will not be considered a use of force. The use of a rain strike on individuals' extremities and the use of a pit maneuver at 35 miles per hour below. Level 3, the level 3 use of force results in or could reasonably result in a serious physical harm, hospitalization, or death, regardless of whether the use of force was unintentional or unavoidable. Level 3 use of force includes the use of deadly force, a critical firearm discharges, the use of force resulting in hospitalization, serious medical episode, the loss of consciousness, and or seizures. Letter D, the use of a police service dog directed to bite. 3 or more applications of an ECW on an individual during a single interaction, regardless of the mode of duration of the application and regardless of whether the applications are by the same or different officers. An ECW application of individual during a single interaction for the longer than 15 seconds, whether the continuous or consecutive, regardless of the mode of application. 4 or more strikes with a baton or improvised impact weapon.
This is a trivial criticism, but the 3 or more applications of an ECW looks like it should be a separate letter. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, thank you. You're right. Yep. Thanks for
It
that.
is in the non-red line. If you look up to the, just the normal draft without all this crisscross, it's separate, so.
Yeah. Would it be easier if I use a regular draft, or is this okay for everyone?
I think you're pretty far into it to change.
I have both, but I highlighted this draft, that way it was easier for me to see the changes, so. We talked about the 40 millimeter impact launcher fired at or into an occupied vehicle. And letter I, any 2-level use of force against a handcuffed individual. So those all fall under level 3s. Use of pit maneuver for 35 miles per hour below that results in or could reasonably result in serious physical injury, hospitalization, or death, and the use of a pit maneuver above 35 miles per hour.
I think it's a potentially important issue that this definition of a level 3 use of force disagrees with the definition of deadly force earlier. Honestly, I think maybe a lot of the definition here should go away and it should just refer to deadly force. But a specific issue is that under deadly force, the use of a pit maneuver at all on a 2- or 3-wheeled vehicle, or the use of a spike strip on a 2- or 3-wheeled vehicle is included as deadly force, and then it's not defined as a level 3 use of force, which seems like it's probably just, you know, a drafting error.
Sure.
Okay, so with that being said, we're gonna go this is level of resistance, but it's 7:30 and we've been doing this since 5, so I want to take a 15-minute break, please, so everyone can make a cup of coffee, do whatever they need to go, grab a bite to eat. So could we reconvene at 7:45? Is everybody in agreement? Okay, so we'll take a break until 7:45.
Chair French, your mic is open.
Oh, thank you.
Letter.
questions as he is scrolling through them. Okay,
Thank you. I was losing my voice. Thank you.
okay.
I started at 7 this morning, so, okay. And I apologize. Where do we leave off? Do we leave off active resistance?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. So this highlighted paragraph, active resistance, not a lot of changes, it looked like. And I'll try to keep an eye on the participants. So if a hand goes up, I'll catch it as well. Let me see if I can.
And if any participant, if I don't see your hand, please go ahead and speak up, because I'm sure he'll be going through them not as slowly as he was before reading each one. So I will try to see the hands, but if I don't and no one's speaking, please go ahead and feel free to speak up.
The next session is actually dealing with low-level tactics, and it breaks down the physical interaction and the escort techniques, and just the different types of low-level tactics.
Okay.
Low ready, that deals with the actual firearm and also the other less than lethal devices, ECW, the 40mm impact launcher beanbag.
Okay.
Material discrepancies. Non-reportable use of force. And then I know this is the section with the neck hold and choke hold. And I know we heard some comments, some feedback at the beginning. Does anyone have anything they'd like to add to this section?
I don't see any hands.
Okay. Ordering force. This is just dealing with the directive of the supervisor. Participating. Person. Reasonable force. Rendering aid. This section is serious physical injury. Show of force. Sternum rub. Target glancing. Transitory pain. Vesicular neck restraint. Witness officer. And that'll conclude this section.
DC Mays,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
we just pop back up to, sorry, let me turn my camera back on. Can we pop back up to person?
Up to
I was
person.
about to point out the same thing.
So like I halfway suspected that I was going, funny I said that. Okay, I halfway assumed that I was going to be seeing a definition for suspect or something
Okay.
that would,
See what I missed?
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
give a distinction. And I probably would have still had an issue with that for the same kind of dehumanizing approach. But I'm curious as to a community member upon whom a show of force or force is not used. versus anybody else, and there not being any alternative, but I suspect that when an alternative is presented, I'm going to take issue with that as well. Just to be fair.
From my reading, which I was not necessarily looking for this specifically, but I don't know that I found person being used that way either. Like, kind of as you'd imagine, when the policy says person, it usually specifies which people it's talking about. So it may even be something that could just come out.
Sorry, let me just make a note on this. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're looking at 254. And I'm going to scroll down to the changes. Unless you prefer to see the clean version. Again, the purpose of this policy. And then the policy. For definitions, going back to the section we just covered. And then 2-54-4, intermediate weapon systems and the consideration.
This is just a quick question. I don't know if you'll know the answer. My understanding is that sworn officers are allowed to carry a personal firearm if they have qualified on it. Do you know why it is that that same allowance isn't made for intermediate weapons?
I know the department only likes to use certain intermediate weapons that have been trained on. We have. I don't think they'd ever deviate from that. They want to remain consistent. Everyone's trained on the same type of intermediate weapons, and I think the backup firearm is more of a personal to that individual. But we could certainly get an answer to that question from our SOD commander if you'd like.
Yeah, I think your answer is kind of the same as what my guess would be. It's funny, I actually see Robbie Heckman saying that they're not allowed to carry personal firearms anymore. I heard at the CPA last week that they are, but I think the presenter may have just been out of date. I don't think he's in field services. So,
you know, it's when I first came on in January, I was because when I initially was here, you could qualify with a personal weapon, and I was told during that time. And I haven't researched it since then. I was just following direction that we were only able to carry 2 firearms. They gave me a choice of 2 different models, both are 9mm, and that was it. And but I can certainly check into that if a backup is still approved as a personal weapon. That may have changed and it may be outdated. It may have changed with everything that's gone on. That's a really good question. Thank you for bringing that up.
And Member Crawford.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to let you know regarding the, specifically on these types of things for intermediate systems, you want to have obviously tasers, ECW is being department issued so that they can do downloads and things like that. So that's, primarily what this is sort of referring to.
That's right.
And also you need to be able to account for, some of your non-lethal type of munitions and things like that, and those have to be issued. So that's why all of these intermediate weapon systems are going to be department issued versus department approved, which would be possibly the backup firearm thing, which again, I'd have to clarify as well, approved versus issued. But if they are allowed a backup firearm, it is going to be a department approved, as Deputy Commander Mays had said.
Thank you. Yes. Well explained. Thank you. And again, it's just talking about the immediate weapon system and sworn personnel, and it just gets into more of an explanation of that. And of course, if anything you'd like me to stop and look at, we certainly can. And that would include the taser. And then this final paragraph actually breaks down that it shouldn't be used on a person that's a pregnant woman, young child, elderly person, somebody who's visibly frail. Continues going into just considerations on the use of a firearm of that type of weapon and what it can do to the individual. That's what this section is about here. Again, just for example, even using a beanbag shotgun on a person that's on a ledge or a bridge. I mean, what could it do to them? So just that's what they're covering here. Sworn personnel shall not reporting this section is not dealing with the OC spray. Of course, anytime OC spray is used, medical attention is to be given. Section's about. Electronic control weapon, the taser. Again, covering it's less than lethal. And how it can be used, and then it should be used for pain compliance.
I have a quick comment here on, I think it's J, using an ECW based solely on the fact that an individual is fleeing. It allows for an exception to that, and it says you should consider the totality of the circumstances, including but not limited to severity of the offense, whether the person is actively resisting, and whether the individual poses an immediate threat to sworn personnel, others, or themselves. I feel like, especially on the severity of the offense point, this could maybe use more clarity on, maybe just how severe an offense would have to be before you would tase a fleeing person. I think that's, it's not an uncommon thing to happen. So I think maybe the policy should try to be a little more specific about it.
Okay, perfect. We'll put that in the comments here. Okay. Thank you. And I checked on the commander during the break, just so everyone knows, just to see how he's feeling. And I asked him about the sworn personnel and the department personnel, and he stated the same thing that Mr. Apodaca had stated as well, and what I had stated, that we do have civilians working in different capacities. That's why they decided to change it to that. But of course, this is just, we can make some changes. And again, this is just talking about providing EMS, and then accidental discharges of the ECW, the cartridges just being just some of it's very procedural and what they're supposed to do, and if there's an accident, reporting those kind of things. So it's just
I had a quick comment about accidental discharges, and it's involved sworn personnel. I think it's paragraph 4 or sub paragraph 4, whatever. Involved sworn personnel shall report when an individual is hit by an accidentally discharged ECW probe, and the accidental discharge of the probe shall be documented and investigated as a non-reportable use of force. That just stood out to me because generally speaking, the non-reportable uses of force are pretty minor things that don't really injure someone. In fact, I think in the definitions, it says a non-reportable force is one that is below level 1. So a scenario where you accidentally discharge a taser and it hits someone, I'm not sure if that's a use of force exactly, but it does feel like there should probably be a heightened level of scrutiny on that compared to, a situation where you accidentally discharge it when doing the function test and pointing it in the safe direction,
Yes, thank you. Okay, this is still with ECWs. Again, just batteries, things like that. And expandable baton or straight baton. Just the use of guidelines on the expandable baton. And then the bacone, can't pronounce that right ever, but it's the stick that the mounted patrol uses. Again, where you can't strike an individual. And then using medical. Next section, 2-54-8 is dealing with the beanbag shotgun, just covering the distance and the maximum effect, the effectiveness of it, and then how you're supposed to secure it. And again, the orange yellow tapes. They also talk about it with a 40 millimeter and using that type of tape. Beanbag shotgun and when it should be presented. And then the restrictions are covered here. In the not shooting someone in the head, neck, throat, chest, or groin. And then again, back to medical, making sure that they are seen by medical. The 40 millimeter, same thing, just the distance is most effective. Again, the tape and different situation. Again, should never be shot at someone's head, neck, throat, chest, or groin. And then again, the distance they cover there. And again, medical attention. And then any other sides of weapons that are actually used by our SOD, which is SWAT, they'll be covered in a different in their SOP.
This isn't really policy feedback, but just kind of a comment for the board. It might be a worthwhile use of our time sometime to go through SOPs and procedural orders just to identify what those other intermediate weapon systems that are approved are and review that policy. But that's a whole different issue.
Okay. 4. Change screens on me. Over here. Using dual screens, I think let's see here, right. De-escalation. Okay, the purpose. De-escalation techniques and guidelines. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I know Mr. Heckman was interested in this area as well.
Is it just me where the screen share seems to have
Froze.
stopped
Yeah.
updating?
Yeah, we're not.
You're not
It's-
seeing the screen share?
Well,
I
what we're
see it, I
doing,
just, doesn't look
Yeah.
like you're scrolling, yeah. Maybe if
Yeah.
you stop and start it.
Okay. Okay.
Just one bit of confusion. And that is that we're back to the use of the term sworn personnel. And you took pains to convince me that there are plenty of other personnel who could end up in situations where de-escalation techniques were necessary. And this doesn't seem to cover that.
You're right. Are we seeing this okay now?
It's moving up and down.
Okay. It's moving up. Can you see the words? I mean, with it's highlighted?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, so we'll go back up to the. So you're right. So it does say sworn personnel here for de-escalation. Normally, yeah, like I'll make a note on that and I'll bring that up to.
And are civilians sworn on de-escalation techniques? That's my concern about making this an overall umbrella for all APD personnel. So as I said before, that's a big concern of mine if you're going to enforce this.
And DC Mays, for what it's worth, it was in the last policy too. So it just needs to be a sweep of all of it and a decision made.
Okay, I agree. Okay. Yeah, and I know some of the changes, it just went from officer to sworn personnel for some. Just changed the wording, but it means the same thing there. Okay. De-escalation techniques and guidelines are covered next under 2-425-4. That was a pretty short section.
I just wanted to make one comment. Can you scroll back up? Sorry, this is Robbie.
No problem.
I think it was right there with the green. It got added, go down. When feasible, an officer should advise when it's warnings verbal. Keep going down, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, an officer's approach to can influence whether a situation escalates or results in the use of force. I mean, I appreciate this being added because I think this goes to what's being taught at the academy, because just oftentimes the mere presence, I mean, and I know it's not fair, but I think officers need to appreciate and understand this. The mere presence of a uniformed officer in and of itself can escalate a situation.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they need to go away. That's not my point. My point is that officers need to understand that, recognize it, and act accordingly. And so I mean, I think I appreciate that, but it could be kind of influenced, you know, at least it might not need to be in the policy, but again, that would be something at the training academy, I think, that should be emphasized.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. So, and this is, I don't know if this is taught at the academy, but it's one thing that's really primal based on what Mr. Heckman is saying, and that is, if an individual who has the right to use force against you, when they approach you, given the so-called rights, in other words, it's the law that they can Terry stop you, which is that means that they can now stop you and frisk you. And then they have a badge, a uniform, and a gun that basically gives them permission to use force against you. That can be considered intimidating regardless of who you are. And to that end, to Mr. Heckman's point, I would hope that could be something that's taught at the academy, that just because you come on to a scene, you can escalate things depending on what your behavior is, but also you got to understand that there are some people that are going to have a trepidation against you based on even the slightest stereotypes on stuff, but also on some of the true behaviors that some of those officers have exhibited and now are kind of ingrained in the minds of certain individuals. Not everybody's going to be pro-cop, not everybody's going to be anti-cop, but again, for caution, that fight or flight caution that an individual might have, that could be brought into play here. So just kind of food for thought on that.
Thank you.
I don't think anybody likes to be intimidated, is my point, I guess.
Yes. Yes. I do appreciate all your feedback. I know there's a point behind all this, but I mean, it does help with me moving forward with training and things too. So I do appreciate each and every one of you and your feedback. I know this is your job and this is all part of the process and everything, but I am learning a lot from this as well. So I appreciate it. So, and we might have this down as far as sharing by the time the night's over. Are you seeing that okay? Excuse me. All right, so reporting by department personnel. This section, there's the purpose. So it's just, this is reporting the uses of force, kind of the reason of our existence in IA. The different levels of force were covered prior, so. And I apologize, some of this was already highlighted when I received it, so my highlights are a little bit different, a little more orange. This is procedures following all reported uses of force. All sworn personnel are using who witness any level of force on duty or off duty, regardless, they have to report. And that's what this section breaks down, is basically reporting any types of use of force to internal affairs and the process of doing that. And then how everything is documented through reports. And you know what? I apologize. I did not finish highlighting everything here because I think what happened is I read this section and go, this has to do with what I do. So I'm not going to highlight it as much. And I wasn't thinking about having to present this part. But basically this entire section here has to do with how internal affairs works from the time and I'm sure you're all familiar with the reporting process where a sergeant does the initial report in the field. That's what this all covers here. And then we send an investigator or detective out if it's a level 2 or level 3. And they will do a data form and then they'll start doing their investigation. And that's what this covers in detail. The procedures for use of level 1 force is usually done by a field sergeant. If you're not familiar with the process, usually internal IAFD, which is the division I oversee, will not get involved until it's a level 2 or level 3. And that's what this section covers.
I think Mr. Heckman had a comment, and then there's just something I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So DC, Maez, the question I have is much of this been comported into this policy directly from what the EFIT team has been doing with APD on the reporting and the investigation and use of force? Is this consistent? Because I know there was supposed to be like a remedial plan for the IA division, the IA division that was kind of brought to the department by the external force investigation team. So is that is a lot of this that we're seeing in here derived from that interaction and or at least directly consistent with it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So we still work alongside with EFIT, of course, and yeah, you're correct. And all the forms and everything we've created, we work together, and they provide us guidance on this, and they report back to the monitors. So, and that's what all this covers is policies here. So it's basically the process that we handle in IA Force Division. So, and I can certainly discuss any of this with you if you'd like. I apologize again. I didn't highlight this section because when I went through it quickly, I was going through and I go, we do all this. And quite honestly, initially when I was asked to do this, I was told that someone else was going to have the pages up, not from your team, but someone else would be there with the pages up. So by habit, I highlight everything that I do if I'm looking at it for the first time or it's new to me, and I started doing that. And so this one isn't highlighted. But if there's any questions at all as we're going through this, this is just procedures on level 1 use of force, what the sergeants do in the field. And if they determine during their investigation that a level 1 should really be a level 2 because there was pain or some of the other things that we discussed, they're going to immediately contact us and we'll dispatch an investigator who could be a civilian trained investigator or a sworn police officer, detective, who are part of my team here. And then they'll go out and do the investigation. They'll start admonishments with the officers and they'll separate everyone into interview, and then they'll do a canvas. It's a very, very detailed investigation. Coming from when I worked homicide and now seeing what they do here, I mean, I've been very impressed with their investigations. So that's what all this section covers. So is there any questions on this area?
I was just going to make kind of a general comment that
Okay.
I think it's 256-4A2 that says that involved and witness officers shall not discuss with each other. I'm probably not telling you anything new, or if I am, it's just because you're new on the job. But that's been a really critical point that's come up in IMRs repeatedly, and I think that just kind of needs to stay on top of everyone's mind right now as being a training and compliance priority.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. And finally, 257. A review of investigation by department personnel. And this is dealing more with, again, with the use of force, recording narrative, and those kind of things in the processes. So how the investigations are done. And there's the purpose. And the policy of IAFD.
Mr. Heckman, do you have your hand up?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah, no worries. It was right there where you got to that policy piece. I'm gonna, the tired refrain of the reference to Graham v. Connor. Why in an administrative investigative framework you would have a criminal law, the floor for criminal law in there? What we've been reading in IMR after IMR is that they're, the inability for APD to really conduct good investigations. And we're always just kind of one more training away from that. And then finally IMR 12 came out, the stipulated order came out, EFIT came on the scene. And so my point here is that, and I'll make some tortured analogy, where if you're writing the rules for baseball, why would you say also in the opening paragraph, please consider the rules of cricket? Now I'm wondering if the ball can bounce before it hits first base, or before you can hit it, or are you using a wicket, or are you using a bat? I think, we've repeatedly gone over this, and I think officers feel comfortable with having Graham v. Connor in there, but it seems to just be utterly confuse the situation. I mean, to have Graham v. Connor will always be there for officers if the investigation rises to identifying criminal activity. So why in an administrative investigation a reference to kind of the criminal floor for use of force? I don't understand that. I think it should be removed.
So whenever I see references like this, to your point, Mr. Heckman, look, I'll be honest with you, when reading through these policies and stuff, it seems like a lot of this stuff is, and this is just in general, when you do things like make references like that, it gives me the impression that it's teed up for litigation. In other words, we're justifying something that may or may not happen. In the event that it does happen, I want you to look at this case over here, because this is the frame of reference that we want to use in looking over this case and considering what this case is and what the behaviors and things that have happened. So it's almost like a reference in a litigation where a lawyer would kind of tee up their what do you call it, Robbie, when it's a supporting case for litigation? It just seems, and it seems, I agree with you, it doesn't seem like it needs to be in place here. We're talking about a policy. We're not talking about prepping for court. I don't know. So I don't get it. I've seen it several places and I don't get it. It has the same thing. It has the same ring to me as I feared for my life. It's like, let's give you something to chew on when this is there. It's seems a bit unnecessary.
Thank you. Again, the purpose continues. If it's policies, then the policy of, is it?
Can I make a quick comment? Because I think this is really good. The paragraph that states that they need to as part of that investigation, kind of struggle with whether it was feasible to apply de-escalation and things like that, as well as like the whole thing is to evaluate whether the force was reasonable and necessary. But I mean, I think that's really good that one of the kind of the first things that they're looking at is whether or not de-escalation was feasible. And I think that the requirement also in the reporting that the officers articulate, you know, whether de-escalation was feasible or not, and then in what techniques they used, I think is a positive sign as we start to review these things and struggle with the definitions, because I think to the points that have been made earlier, they're, you know, reasonableness as defined in the law, especially as it comes to Graham v. Connor, is wildly subjective. I mean, the objectively reasonable officer, you know, that I think as Member Nixon's pointed out, you know, they felt threatened, subjective, you know, there's all these subjective elements that build up into, oh, that was reasonable. So I think that, you know, I mean, I think that that's just something that has to be struggled with. And I just want to make the point that I see that through these investigations, there at least is an explicit attempt to deal with that. So I think that's a positive sign.
Thank you. Next section is dealing with definitions. Use of force review by supervisors and chain of command. A use of force investigation and standards. Supervisory on scene responsibilities.
Just out of curiosity, I'd like to know how many times feasible is used through here. Not saying the count, but I'm just saying. Brought up an important point, Member Crawford.
Favorite word. I meant to highlight that there.
Member Nixon, did you have, your hand is up. Did you have something on this?
Okay.
Sorry about that. Just had it up. I'm good.
Okay.
The rest is just dealing with the different levels. We are working now on trainings again for our supervisors and acting supervisors and everyone, tier 1, tier 2 trainings.
Question for you, since you said you were at the academy and you were with APD and with the AG's office, I see a lot deleted, quite a bit deleted. After reading through this, do you feel like everything that was deleted needed to be deleted, and that if it and what is necessary is covered in the new wording?
No, I mean, I agree with most of it, but there's some areas that that we maybe will leave in. And I know the commander and I were talking about actually, this is the start for us, and then we're going to actually go and break it down, and then, you know, and then of course take your suggestions and or your recommendations, and then and then put together another product for all the policies. So I think this is definitely a good process for us to do this because this is something we're going to learn from and then continue to grow from because, going through it, because I did read every single part of these policies and then comparing them with the old policies as well. And there's some things that maybe didn't need to be deleted, but I understand why, because some of it was very wordy, but then the way it was worded, it made a better point.
I agree with that because, I don't know the SOP inside and out. And I'm sure some of it, as was pointed out to us, is in other places in the SOP.
Yes.
But that's not always pointed out to us. And for those that, don't have the SOP memorized or know the sections, it would have been beneficial if we would have said, this portion is very important, but it's covered in this section of the SOP.
Yes. Yeah, I think this is a lot of it might have been doing one section a night and without having the deletions and going through it together like that. I know it's very time consuming, but you're right though.
I feel like that cross-referencing of policies was something that was discussed maybe last year or the
Okay.
year before when we were doing the use of force review. And it would be encouraging to see that where there are, crisis intervention team or the real-time crime center, or where there's things that should be indicated, so that somebody who's new on the force or us as we're going through things, investigators at IFD, they don't have to spend the time looking and guessing and trying to find those where it ties back in somewhere else. That might be really helpful if the department would consider doing that again. I think
Okay.
for everybody's benefit.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. And I'm trying to write everything down because I will forget and I'm going to start briefing things tomorrow morning. So, okay. So, and again, the rest of it just is covering the IFD and the different roles. And it's like tactical activations and what that looks like, and how the commander is going to communicate with IAFD. And of course, if tactical is activated, it's going to be a level 2 or 3 use of force. Documentation on levels use of force for level 1s by supervisors. And there's some sections I just missed highlighting because I was reading through it so fast. But basically, it's just dealing with what we've already discussed is that level 1 use of force, but they can be determined that, and we've had it before where the sergeant will go look at the OBRDs and then determine that it isn't a level 1, it's going to be a level 2. And then at that point, our team has started out. So that's what that's covering here. And then these are just the time frames, the breakdown of exactly how it's supposed to be handled. And again, we're working very close with the EFIT. We've implemented investigative plans and timelines, and that way investigations are done timely instead of taking 6 months. They're actually done within a period of time that's acceptable. So anyway, that's what all this covers here. This is dealing with OBRDs. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the supervisor on scene will be looking at the OBRDs and they may feel that it rises to a level 2. And then if they feel that way, and then if a supervisor is actually involved in the scene, then they'll have a lieutenant involved as well to take over the investigation. The commander, of course, is responsible for watching all OBRDs on the level 1's use of force. So, and that's what this whole section is covering, basically level 1 responsibility for the sergeants through their chain of command, the lieutenant and commanders in the field. And that, of course, if it's not going to make it back over to IAFD. So that's what this whole section covers. And then this other section is covering level 2 use of force investigations. And again, as I mentioned earlier, as the detective will respond to the level 2 or investigator respond to level 2 or 3. We have about half of our investigators are civilian, the other half are detectives in the field, sworn law enforcement. And we've really seen our civilian investigators do amazing work out there. They're doing, so we have both sworn and civilian doing the investigations. And that's what all this stuff covers here.
Out of curiosity, since you say this is in the SOP for use of force, and since you say you have great civilian investigators, you know, working in IA, where is their training?
Their
Is there-
training's here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So IA does their training, correct?
IA does their training. And of course, and EFED also coaches them. So EFED will respond with an investigator to the scene. So they're working alongside each other. And the EFED investigators are seasoned law enforcement, retired. Many of them are investigators. So they will be there to coach and actually provide guidance to the investigators.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. And their training is pretty intense. The investigators, in fact, it's pretty impressive, and they've turned out. I mean, it's just we've seen this across the country as well. So a lot of successes and stuff. So that's what that section has to deal with, is all with investigations and so on. And I think that covers. Yeah, that covers all the sections. 42 minutes over.
That's fine, thank you. I believe, for the board to know, I believe the deadline for comments or recommendations is the 16th of this month. And I'm going to make, I think if any of the board members have any comments, recommendations that they would like to put together, I'm going to make a motion that you get those comments, recommendations, anything you have, to the vice chair, Member Crawford, because he is on the PNP committee, Policy and Procedures. Member Crawford, you will draft a letter to, if you can, to the board for approval at our at our April 14th meeting, for the board to approve and get sent out. That's my motion. Did you understand it? Did I get it all down? Okay.
Yeah, I followed it. That sounds like a good
Okay.
plan.
Did the rest
I'll
of the board
second it.
understand? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, why does such an effort require a motion and a vote?
Member Wartell, I have chaired other committees, but as learning to chair this committee, I have learned that their tradition or their past practice is most everything is put in a motion. There's not a whole lot that can just said be done. I have gone back and reviewed previous meetings, and it appears that most anything that's done by the board is put to a motion and voted on. And we're open for discussion because we had a first and a second. And Member Galloway, Member Nixon, you are senior on here. You might chime in here as to why it's done like this, but that's the way that I've seen that it's been done.
I would just offer, and maybe this is just dodging the question, but there's like implications in the ordinance about what happens when we issue a letter to the chief of police with things about policy. So there's a certain just motivation that this kind of thing should probably go in a letter. Otherwise, it kind of doesn't, I guess, invoke some of the like obligations that exist.
I
think-
agree with you, but
Yeah,
we're going to vote on the letter anyway.
I think that piece would need a vote, the actual action, doing something as a board unit, but directing a board member to do the work to get to that point. I don't know that necessarily needs a vote. I don't know that it matters. We can have a vote, but I think it's the actual execution of whatever the thing is that needs to have the board position.
Well, I'm happy not to make the motion and just ask Member Crawford, would he mind if the board sent you their comments and you would compose a letter to bring back to the board for approval at our April 14th meeting?
Yeah, I guess I'm tired enough that I didn't even think out that we were talking about drafting a letter to approve later. Yeah, no, I'm fine with doing that even without a vote.
Okay, all right. So we don't need a vote on that. Deputy Commander Mays, I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate you being here. I'm sure you will get a lot of feedback from the board and the other community members present. And so I just want to say thank you. We appreciate you doing your presentation.
No, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your feedback. I learned a lot from you folks. I appreciate your feedback, and I'll be around if you ever need anything. Just give me feel free to reach out.
Just to add a comment, I think you did a very nice job of presenting it all.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for doing that last minute. Thank you so much.
And I know that we're short on time, but I wanted to ask you, Deputy Commander Mays, in your opinion, in what you do, is as far as what we consider or constitutional policing, the concept of constitutional policing, and looking over the SOPs and investigations, how does APD look as far as its policies, procedures, and processes when it comes to supporting or employing the methodology of constitutional policing as it's defined, in your opinion? And that the reason I say in your opinion, because maybe you could take that back with some of the stuff that you're writing down and say, okay, how is this aligning? How are these policies aligning with what we call constitutional policing?
I think the policies are aligning with that. I've seen a lot of changes from, as I mentioned earlier, I was here 13 years ago. I retired 13 years ago, went to the Attorney General. But I've seen a lot of good growth with our department, and I feel good about it. I mean, a lot of procedures and a lot of the feedback I get from field officers, it's a lot to know. I mean, if you're all familiar with the SOPs and all the information that's there, but I think we're doing great. I mean, it's definitely, the department has gone in the right direction. So.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that helps with your response.
No, it does. It does. I'm just, yeah, that's always going to be something that's timing and what we're doing to make sure that we're in lining with that. So thank you.
Yes. So
I would also like to thank Mr. Heckman. Thank you for staying here. We appreciate your comments, your recommendations. The board always appreciates input from the community, from our stakeholders. We really appreciate it and hope it continues. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
And I've got three things real quick. Number one, people more awake than me are sending good notes in the chat. Thank you, Director McDermott and Ms. Gooch. Number one, this will come up when we vote on the letter, but I imagine whatever letter we prepare, we will copy to the DOJ. So things that you send in via us, feel free to send them to the DOJ as well, but we'll make sure that they get there. Number two, as far as getting written comments to me for that letter, if we're going to do this we're not going to do it next week, I don't think, unless you guys can be really quick on getting me those comments. So I think we're looking at May. If you could try to get them to me within 2 weeks, I think. Chantal is.
It can't be
interruption.
May because our timeline.
We have the deadline, right?
The
Yeah.
deadline
So
is 16th.
we've got to do
So-
it quick then. I need to get that letter into the board packet for next week. So if you could get those comments to me as soon as possible, I'm going to say if I don't get them by end of the day tomorrow, probably, I might not be able to get them in. So this evening, if you can stay up for it. And number two, thank you, Deputy Commander Mez, for spending the time with us. And number three, my best wishes to Commander Evans, and I hope he makes a quick recovery.
Take that. I'll pass it on to him tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item B. I put this on the agenda. I'm going to make a motion that we have a staffing study done for the agency, and that currently the positions, I know they have 2 for coming up, I think in the fiscal year, whatever, and other positions be stopped for right now until we have a staffing study and executive director. Not on board, not necessarily on board, but selected. And that's my motion.
I'll second, but I think we need to have some discussion.
Absolutely. So we have a motion as a second. The reason that I put this on here is because I know that the staffing study was asked for in the past and it wasn't done. But the new ordinance changes some of the responsibility of the agency. Now they no longer have to do all investigations. They have to do officers' misconduct. The second reason is that per the last IMR 14, it appears that we're not in compliance when it comes to closing out our cases. It seems like this is an ongoing thing. So a staffing study is always good to make sure that we're being as effective, as efficient, and productive as we can be with tax dollars, with making sure that the board and the agency moves forward in a positive way. But I honestly think that this is long overdue and that it's something that's necessary.
I don't disagree with that. The board has directed the agency to complete the staff study at least 3 times over the last 2 or 3 years, and it's not been done. So I think that it is important to do. Where I hang up a little bit is our ability to direct that the agencies put a hold on hiring anybody new. I think that's an overreach. It's not within our purview to manage how the agency is run. That is at the discretion of the director. I think an argument could be made for there not being a full-time director in place. No offense to you, Diane, I know you are certainly doing the work, but you're not the permanent solution, at least not yet. So we don't have that permanent solution in place, and knowing that somebody new is coming in and having the ability to pick their team makes sense. But I think that second little piece is a little bit of an overreach for the board to direct.
Well, I disagree and respectfully disagree, because we have a new person coming in. And if we have a staffing study, because the ordinance changed the requirements of the administration, it might change. A new director might come in here and have new ideas after the staffing study is done on where to put those positions. there are two positions that I think was supposed to be coming in the new fiscal year. I hope we have a new director. These are different positions. We were told that they were up in the air and now they're there, but regardless, we should have a new director in place prior to the new fiscal year. So I disagree about us because we are responsible for the budget also, and we are responsible for making sure that this, and especially on new positions. So that, but I made the motion and we got the second. And with that, are there any other comments?
Well, it strikes me, excuse me, I'm sorry. I should
Go ahead.
raise my hand. It strikes me that if a staffing study has been requested of the director on several occasions, and that hasn't been complied with, the director serves at the pleasure of the board. While the board doesn't make individual decisions on personnel within the department, within the agency, the board does make the decision about the executive director. And there should be reasons and a discussion about why that's not getting done. A staffing study seems to be an obvious set of data that the agency would want to have.
Well, Member Wartell, I don't know why it was done and wasn't done in the past. I heard her say that, but I wasn't going to go back in the past. Let's just move forward and say the motion's there. It's on the floor. We got a second. And
I'm not the one that brought up the 3 other times.
Yeah, I know. I said I heard her bring that up. I just wasn't going to go back into the past and just move forward with this, okay? Because that director is no longer here. So, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying let's just move forward. I just want to move forward with that. So
I'm not saying don't either. It's there in my mind. If we were to split those out, those are two very different things. If you couple them, I'm not going to be able to support this.
well, that's fine.
If we separate them, then I think it's different. I also see that interim director McDermott has been waiting patiently to chime in. I think
Well-
it might be beneficial to get the agency's perspective on this too.
Well, go ahead, Member Wartell. What were you saying?
I
mean-
wanted to know what the 2 separate things were.
I think she's saying that the 2 separate things is to put the positions on hold, which I totally disagree because we have a new director. We should have a new director coming in who should have an opportunity to do her own team, especially on the new 2 positions, the 2 new positions that should not be going into effect. I believe per the reports we were given, they were put into the budget, the new fiscal, which doesn't go into effect till July. So I disagree with that. I'm not going to change my motion.
So the separation
Right.
is the staffing versus the staffing study.
Okay. And so, like I said, and go ahead. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just didn't want to cut anybody off. Interim McDermott, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair French and other members. So let me provide some clarification first off, because it's going to be significant, I think, in what you're talking about. So the policy analyst position and the executive administrative assistant, those are current budgeted positions. Those are not new in the sense of from going into the new budget cycle, if you will. So if those are not progressed forward, they will be eliminated out of the budget. And of course, the board specifically has requested a policy analyst as an example. So you must go forward if you are going to have a policy analyst and the executive administrative assistant That can't be halted because the funding will be eliminated for those positions. The only position that is a future next budget cycle that was approved is the deputy director position. So movement does have to go forward on those other positions. Just to give you some staffing study input, first off, since it was brought up, obviously the previous executive director had been asked. The previous executive director provided reasons for why that was not done. I'm not going to go into those because they're not mine. What I will say about a current situation is right now you do have a data analyst who is doing their work plus the work of a policy analyst. You have a senior administrative assistant doing job duties that are beyond their normal scope, which is why the previous director initiated having an executive admin assistant. Both of the admins are currently covering some of the duties that are the community engagement specialist. We have 6 investigators now, but 3 are under the 6 months and are still in training and not up to full speed. So to Chair French's point about the issue of cases not being handled timely, that has been in the IMRs listed out primarily due to a lack of investigative staff, which is now in the process of almost being resolved. You should have noticed that all of the current complaints have been within timelines. There haven't been any significant, if maybe one, but if there's not been any significant out of time for anything that's current. Currently, the lead investigator / interim director is covering both positions and often working 12 to 18 hours a day to keep things running. So, you know, having a staffing study right now, I don't know what your timeline was, but right now would not be providing you with accurate information. Having positions filled and then having a staffing study certainly makes sense. As a brief comparison, just so that your edification, so IA has 5 admin positions. They have 9 investigators. They have an intake, a manager, a sergeant, a lieutenant, an investigations manager, and a commander. Those last 5 positions are pretty much the equivalent to what the executive director and the lead investigator do right now. So, you know, like I say, I am not opposed to a staffing study, but however, doing a staffing study right now doesn't make sense. And certainly, like I say, if you put some kind of a hold on positions, those positions will be eliminated and therefore not available via budget. So.
Okay, so let me respond to that.
Well, I had a question. Before
ahead.
you respond, just for clarity, because we're having a conversation, I just want this for clarity. When you say that you have to go forward with filling the positions, otherwise they will be eliminated, what is the timeline on filling the positions?
So you have to show movement. I mean, in discussions with HR, you have to show that there is movement. So both the executive administrative assistant position and the policy analyst position are currently with HR in their processes. I've met with our HR coordinator who's new, and she was going to find out, and I don't know, you know, we haven't had a chance to connect again to find out for sure what the status is of those. But you have to show that these are being moved forward, basically through the current budget process that we're in through now, in terms of approvals and things like that.
Okay, I understand that, but what I'm asking is a staffing study or holding that until the director comes in and can choose those staff. How is that not moving forward? Because if you have a deadline and say, look, you got to get this done by May 1st, I can understand that. That's a deadline. But to say it's out open-ended by someone is arbitrarily saying, well, you got to move forward. I'm not agreeing with that.
I don't think that, I mean, sorry not to interrupt you, but in terms of the admin, executive admin and the policy analyst, it's highly unlikely that that would be moved forward to a point that they would be filled by, say, myself. You know, that those two things are probably far enough away that the actual executive director would be able to go ahead and select those 2 positions. The only one where that's in question, and I've been instructed by HR to move forward with, is the community engagement specialist, because that's been open for a period of time and we have applicants. So that one, is probably going to have to be moved forward. The other two is highly unlikely they would get to a stage in which I would have to take any action on those in an interim position.
So Chairman French, if the interim director is correct, it sounds to me like there's still plenty of time. In other words, it's going to be overcome by events to simply wait until the director comes in. As far as the case study is, or excuse me, the staff study is concerned, is there some sort of rule that says you can't have a staff study if positions are not filled, or that they have to be frozen?
There's no rule.
Absolutely not. Let me just, like you said, and I just want, as Member Galloway said, the new executive director should have the opportunity to pick their team. So Diane, you had said that the two admin staff are doing the community engagement right now. Could you tell me exactly what they're doing to under that job, those job duties of the community engagement person?
They're covering some of the duties such as maintaining the website is one of the primary functions, making sure that complaint forms, we get a report from APD that says, complaints are missing or a poster's missing or things like that. And that was most typically under the community engagement specialist role. And so right now the admin staff are making sure that those things are taken care of so that we don't miss those audits and those compliance points. As an example, I'm sure Ms. Segala could probably fill in even more of it, but those are one of the two main things that I'm off the top of my head.
Okay, so they're making sure that there's forms at certain places. I understand that because I went over the meeting when that person that does that or goes to those different locations and make sure that they're there. But when you say maintain the website, exactly, doesn't the city of Albuquerque have a webmaster? Are you saying one of these people actually go in and works on the web?
Correct.
itself?
For the majority of our website, most of the material is uploaded by someone in staff. The city itself does not upload the materials. So things like the findings letters, things like the agendas, things like the meeting notices, all of that material is being maintained by us.
Well, they just upload it into the website is what you're saying. Okay, I'm thinking more of changing the web. Member Crawford, I think, did you have your hand up? I didn't mean to overlook you. I think you are.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have, we'll do it this way. One question and two opinions. A question, Director McDermott, do we have postings open for investigators right now?
No, there are no postings for investigators open. All investigator positions are filled.
Yeah, thank you. So here come the opinions. Number one, I think I support the idea of a staffing study, but I share the concern that if we start the process on a staffing study shortly before we hire an interim, or well, not an interim, a director, hopefully, we're gonna, we can kind of expect the new director to change things. And I feel like we're going to end up in a situation where we get the results of the staffing study and then quickly it's not super relevant. So I think maybe I'd support like calling for a staffing study, but I think it should be performed probably not even immediately after, but sometime after hiring a new executive director. The second opinion, I tend to feel that the kind of staffing situation in the agency is dire enough that it's unwise to delay, hiring for those positions any more than necessary. And, I kind of agree that we should try to be respectful of hiring a new executive director. But I also think that an executive director who's kind of well prepared to lead this agency will understand that the situation was pretty bad and we needed to kind of resolve it as quickly as possible.
Thank you. So let me say this. When I was asking for a staffing study, nothing's done immediate with the city. Okay, we need to get the ball rolling. What I was going to ask is that the staff bring us at least 3 if possible. And I know under a certain amount doesn't have to go through city council and that sort of thing, but they bring us 3 vendors or people that would do it if possible, and the cost. And as far as a staffing study right now, the investigations are not going to change. And because the ordinance changes the requirements of the agency, putting off a staffing study isn't going to be beneficial, but it's not going to happen overnight. Just to let you know, Member Crawford, I worked with the city for years. It doesn't happen overnight. I do believe that we will have an interim, or we will have our executive director in place before those positions move the new one. But my question is this. I really think the new executive director should be able to choose their staff. I also have a question about, Diane, you said this policy analyst. When was that put in? And now it's up to this board to say, we got to show movement or whatever. I'm not sure when and I'm not saying that they shouldn't hire a policy analyst or a community engagement person, because I think that person left like a year ago. So why now is it all of a sudden a push? When did they go? And I'm not blaming you because you've only been the interim since November. But it just seems to me that now all of a sudden that we want a staffing study, that I want a staffing study done, that I think is beneficial to the board and beneficial to the agency. Now we have all these roadblocks. We got to move forward. We got to show movement. This was never brought out before that I'm aware of. We went through the budget. We went through the hiring process, and none of this was brought out. You got to have movement. You got to have movement. And so I'm not sure, but could you please answer that question? Because it just kind of throws me off here. It just seems like every time I bring up a staffing study, there's roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. And quite frankly, it's up to the board to continue with that. But I'm not going to change my motion or change my mind that for the betterment of the agency and the betterment of the board, we need a staffing study, and it's long overdue.
Chair French, so in terms of staffing study, this is the first time that actually it's been brought up, at least to me. So I can't speak for your roadblocks. I don't believe I've put any roadblocks other than an email that I had suggested that it might be timing wise. But anyway, in terms of the positions, yes, the positions, as I had mentioned previously, they were funded by the, initiated by the previous executive director. In fact, the board had requested a policy analyst, I want to say 2 years ago, and it was this budget cycle, or I should say the one we're in, that was saying, now, yes, you have the money to do that. So that's been in the works for a while, actually. And then in terms of, so the only FY23 position, which is, I guess you would call the brand new position, that would be a deputy director. So that's not in effect at this time. But the executive administrative assistant and the policy analyst have been in the works for a while, and at the request, certainly the policy analyst at the request of the board. And so our budget person had informed us that we do need to show that progress is being made. And so I was the one that actually managed to get the descriptions going and the process going within HR, because that had been there but not there. And that's what our budget analyst cautioned us in, I don't remember the month, maybe Ms. Segala would, but basically that you need to show that there's been some movement made. So it was get it into HR, get that process going, so that the descriptions can be written, the postings can be made. And as you said, that's not going to happen quickly. So in terms of a director being able to select the actual human that will fill the slot of an executive admin and a policy analyst, yes, you're going to have your director, whoever that may be, before that happens, I presume. So again, the only question is going to be the community engagement specialist, and HR had said, you really need to schedule these interviews because we have candidates. HR had some delays in getting the candidates to us. Now we've moved forward, we have names. So, because they have a 6-month probationary period, it was said to go ahead and get moving on that. So that position is filled. Again, will that person be selected? You know, I guess it depends on how quickly the director is selected, but there is a potential that the community engagement at least would be a filled position, possibly in a probationary status, and assuming that it wasn't an existing city employee that took the position. But I don't think any of the candidates are existing city positions.
Okay, thank you. So, so the policy analyst I did hear about, I think we've talked about that a couple of times. This new interim or executive assistant or whatever, I don't believe hearing about that. I don't remember hearing about that, but I do remember about this policy analyst and the community engagement. So second question to you, Diane, on the community engagement person, we've talked about that several times. So you say they do have applicants. Was your intention to interview and hire? Because we're moving on to our timeline for hiring executive director. And the way that we have it time out, it will be almost immediate, say within the next month or so. So my question to you is, were you planning on doing it, the community engagement person and the policy analyst anytime soon? Or
So as
Or-
mentioned, sorry, not to interrupt you.
no,
as-
go ahead.
As mentioned, the policy analyst, again, that position description is with HR. So no, that's not going to be, you know, as I said, the executive administrative assistant and the policy analyst are probably not going to even be posted before you probably have an executive director. So the executive director would be able to hire those individuals. In terms of the community engagement specialist, so there had been applicants since the summer, basically. Those applicants weren't delivered to the agency. It was not until, I believe, December. And then the HR department said, you know, you should proceed with this. So then they reached out by February and found out, I looked through the applications, found out that the 6 that seemed like they would be viable candidates were still in fact interested. So it's February or March, I believe. And so it was, yes, you really should move forward and schedule interviews and have this position, have a person selected, assuming that the candidates interview well enough. And that's, of course, another element. It may be that none of the candidates are, you know, either going to fulfill the interview or take the position. You know, there's lots of variables when you hire somebody. So yes, the intention was based on the instruction from HR to go ahead and do interviews with the candidates that had been narrowed down. So there is that off chance that an appropriate person would be selected prior to, or they may not be sufficient and it would have to be reposted. That's all I can kind of give you on a timeline for that part.
Okay, let me ask you another question, Diane, and I know this is HR, maybe you know and maybe you don't know. But these applicants were received last summer, correct?
That's
is
my
the-
understanding.
What is the life of a circular before you have to repost? I do think the city has deadlines on that. And I believe it was 6 months, but I'm not sure, before you have to repost that position.
That I don't know. All I know is HR is telling me to proceed forward with it. So I'm presuming we're still within compliance of the whatever their rules are for it.
But I'm still not hearing anything that's indicating some sort of urgency, like a budget, the positions will be removed, or that if that has been said, then there should be a deadline with that. If these are not filled by this time, unless they're talking about a fiscal year or something like that.
Yeah, we are talking about fiscal years.
Okay, so in a
So-
fiscal year, depending on when that ends, I'm not seeing where it's going up against a deadline to delay that.
Fiscal year ends. So again, when you're saying you want to stop a position, that's where the confusing is. And I believe Member Galloway was kind of raising that issue. The issue of your motion to stop positions is a problem. The staffing study, again, difference of opinion on whatever, but you can't, you should not stop positions because these are in a process through HR. And again, if your primary concern is that the executive director is going to hire the person that will be in those positions, yeah, your timing wise, you're going to have an executive director in place before those two positions get posted, get applicants, and would be in that process. You know, that time is definitely down the road, but still within compliance of making sure that those positions aren't eliminated out of the budgeting process. So if your primary concern is that the director would get to hire those people, then definitely the motion should be amended to,
Delay the interviews then, Diane? Is that what you're?
well, it's not going to be, you're not going to have interviews yet. I mean, we're talking about two separate things. If you're talking about the community engagement specialist, that's one thing. If you're talking about the policy analyst and the executive administrative assistant, we are not to the stage of having applicants yet. They are not posted yet, but you want to allow HR to continue with its class and comps and its evaluations and its writing of the HR way of the posting, all of that. You're not going to want to halt that process because that will trigger it being eliminated from the budget, and then you won't have them at all. So it's definitely, your motion, you would not want to say we're going to halt all positions, because that's going to cause a great deal of grief for both the agency and the board of not getting personnel to do what you wanted to do.
And
So,
what's the maximum amount of time that once they're posted, they're going to be posted? Is it 2 weeks, a month? What is when they're posted?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
When they're posted, what's going to be the amount of time that it's posted for? Is it a month, 30 days, 60 days?
Generally, I think the minimum is 2 weeks, if I recall.
That's
But
minimum. And what's the maximum?
yeah, I don't know if there is per se a maximum. It does say continuous on some positions, but again, that part is not where we're at yet. HR, like I say, is doing their class and comp and writing their descriptions for the posting. So we're not to a stage where they're being posted. But what I'm trying to stress is that the board should not basically call up HR or put a motion in place to say these positions should be halted in all way, shape, or form, because that is, as Member Galloway put, an overreach and is going to ultimately harm both the agency and the board.
Sorry,
I'm
Member
so
Galloway.
sorry.
Sorry
I
about
know, I just, like, I keep waiting, but I cannot emphasize enough how the board's only purview when it comes to staffing is with regards to the executive director. That's it. Now, the board has made a request that we have personnel, or that we have a policy analyst. We've talked about investigators, which have now all been hired. The community engagement specialist position was an existing position. It's not a new position. So all of those, fine, whatever, like, I have no qualms with. I think a staffing study should be done before we talk about a new executive assistant role, even if it's not an additional warm body, if it's a movement. That's not one that's been discussed prior to very, very recently. We have not talked about a deputy director prior to very, very recently. These are all very new positions. And a staffing study is not going to measure who does what work. It's going to measure the work that comes into the agency and the appropriate number of people and what those roles are to complete that work. So whether a job position is being shared amongst two people, that should be a third person, or the investigations go down because the ordinance has changed, that's what a staffing study is going to reveal, not who does what. It's going to measure the distribution of the work that comes into the agency. That doesn't matter whether we have 2 people now or 20 people now. And I think before we bring in anybody else or start entertaining additional discussions, that should be done by an executive director that's hired after a staffing study is completed. That is really my just I would love to have a staffing study done. I think that's needed. I don't think it's our place to determine how an agency is staffed or run. Our documents say, our governing documents say that we have, that the executive director reports to the board and that the board oversees the executive director.
We understand. I got it.
The staffing study was supposed to be done on investigations and investigators.
Well, it was supposed to be done on the agency.
And it
It
should,
was brought up during the time that we were looking for investigators, because there was always this number thrown out that we need X number of investigators. And question as to whether or not the number of complaints supported that.
Yeah.
Is our MO now simply interrupting everybody, or are we raising our hand? I'd simply like to know how to get into the conversation.
You ready?
sorry,
It's a
go ahead.
question to the
Member
chair.
Go ahead, Member Warchell. And yes, if people would raise their electronic hand, I'd be, I think I can see it now. Okay, go ahead, Member Warchell.
It strikes me that there shouldn't be much controversy about doing a staffing study, and a staffing study depends on the your definition of staffing study. If it's a staffing study including a desk audit, I would imagine that an executive director, whoever that is, would welcome that to inform them about exactly how the agency should be structured. And I don't think that's overreach at all. I disagree violently with anybody who says that's overreach. The behavior of the executive director is, in fact, this board's responsibility. And so I don't understand the controversy here. I think that Interim Director McDermott's explanation of what is going on right now with personnel is perfectly reasonable. The new person will be able to choose their staff. And I think the new person will be able to organize the organization in the way that they think best. And that could be well informed by a decent staffing study. I'm finished with my soapbox.
Thank you, Member Warchell. That's exactly what I was trying to say. And putting it so that people understand exactly what I'm trying to say. But I have another question. I do agree with Member Galloway about the policy analyst. I had heard about that. The community engagement person, we had heard about that. The other two we haven't discussed. But Interim Director McDermott, you had said that the board has asked for a policy analyst for 2 years now. So did it not get, was it not requested the first year? Was it requested the first year? Was it approved the first year? I'm not sure. Or did it just get approved in this current fiscal year?
Yeah, budgeting was just, as far as I know, again, I wasn't directly involved with all budgeting matters, but my understanding is that budgeting was approved, the current thing that we're in now.
And I agree with Member Warchell. It is within our purview. These positions were there. I don't know if the budget will be eliminated. And I didn't mean that that we were putting a halt altogether to these positions. Maybe I didn't make the motion correctly, but I think the new director, whoever she or he is, should be allowed to choose their team, because they will be the ones supervising and responsible for these individuals. That's all I was saying. I just want the board and the agency to be a team when we move forward. And this new executive director will choose their team, and hopefully we will no longer be out of compliance when it comes to closing the case. We will go beyond so much of the community criticism that we have. I see you, Member Galloway, in just a minute. We can get above this criticism, the agency and the board. That's all I'm trying to do. Is we need to move forward in a positive way. And a staffing study, as Member Wartell said, we should all welcome that. And for the executive director to pick his or her team, we should all welcome that. We don't know which way they're going to take us, but hopefully in a forward position. Member Galloway.
Okay, so I just would like clarification because I understood the motion to be a staffing study and a hiring freeze. And so if that is not the intention, and we can dial that back, then I can go back to support and stuff, but I
No.
can't do both.
Well, that's fine. My motion was not that we stop the hiring, but that we allow the new executive director to hire their team. That was my motion. And if you look at the timelines that I've set, and we will view that next, you will see that we should have executive director selected by our May meeting. So it's not like I'm asking it to put off indefinitely. I'm just saying, as you said, to let the executive director choose their team. And if these positions have been in the works now for over a year, and the agency got the applications in January or February, it is now April. Personally, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see the urgency to get it done in 1 or 2 weeks if it's been that long. So that's why I'm saying it's all done in a positive way. I'm not trying to cause any problems. I'm just trying to make sure that we can get this going. So that was my motion. And if I need to restate it, my motion was that the new executive director, who should be selected by our May meeting, be allowed to choose her team. And that's with the positions. That's my motion. And
Without a
did you need,
staffing study?
what'd you say? Remember, we're talking.
Without a staffing study, because you had
Yes,
that. in the
sorry.
original-
I'm telling you, we need to move on. We've talked about this long enough. Let me restate that. I'm sorry. That a staffing study be done, that the agency have a minimum of hopefully 3 agencies and the cost for a staffing study brought to us at our May meeting, and that the new executive director be allowed to hire her team when it comes to new
When it comes to open positions.
yes, open positions. And that was my motion. Member Galloway.
Thank you. I'll happily second that one again.
Okay. So, Ms. Barella, did you get my motion? It was long-winded and went on and on and on.
I did. And just to be clear, you wanted them back by the May meeting with the vendors or the April meeting? That's too soon.
I don't think it's fair to the agency to say by April, that's in a week or so. Let's say by May.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure on that point. But other than that, I believe I got everything.
Okay.
Make sure that you write down it was happily seconded.
Okay, and with that, Ms. Barella, would you call the roll?
Member Crawford?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say no?
Yeah, that's right. No.
Thank you.
Yes, that's right. It was
Sorry,
no.
I've been having internet troubles. Member French?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Wartell?
Yes,
Thank you. That motion passed on a vote of 4-1.
Thank you. Okay. Well, let's move on to procedure and timeline for hiring of the executive director. Did everyone get my email with the timelines for hiring the executive director?
The
I'm
agencies are
sorry,
not.
mine is still unopenable.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me
Can you
go.
share a screen on that?
No, I can't share my screen. I'm on my iPad. Let me just, I will send it to you right now. So let me go over it.
We can share mine if you'd like. I have it open.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Me too.
I don't know. Will you happily appreciate it?
I will happily appreciate it, okay?
Let's see. Got it?
That's it. So I'm enlarging it on my screen. So as you can see, the ordinance was officially effective on the 4th. This new circular, I believe, went out the 5th or the 6th. I did get confirmation from our new HR, Ms. Samuels, that it was posted on NACO. So we're gonna give it an extra week. The city's normal time to advertise normally is 2 weeks is the minimum. And so we wanted to make sure that it went out to NACO, went to the bar. I think Ms. Sagala was very helpful in getting this done immediately, getting the funding there and taking care of that. So I just want to say thank you, Katrina, for that. So the posting will close on the 28th. HR will have the applicants to us, and we will decide which ones to interview if we don't interview them all. The first week of May. The second week of May, we will schedule our interviews, and our interviews will be conducted by Zoom. So that is our timeline that I put together. It is fluid. Things may change, as you know. You never know what happens with HR or with the applicants or whatever. So this is a proposed timeline. And I don't think I need a motion to approve it, but I just wanted you to know, and maybe I do need a motion. I'm not sure, but it's, maybe you can lead me on that, Member Galloway. Do I need a motion, or is this, since this is a proposed timeline, it's not set in stone?
Yeah, I think that you can if you want, but I don't know that there's a reason to.
Okay, good. Thank you. So this is our proposed timeline. Is there any comments or concerns? I don't see any hands, so let's move on. Subcommittees. I did ask, I think I asked the majority of you what subcommittees you wanted to be on. I will say that I have put something together, and please let me know if you don't agree or disagree. I want all board members to be happy in their positions, that on the committees they're sitting in on. I want you to be engaged. I don't want you to feel like you were forced on this committee. So I'm always open. So what I have so far, and if you disagree, you're certainly welcome to call me or email me. So for the CRC committee, case review committee, I have Member Nixon and let me see, Member Crawford. Okay. For the Policy and Procedures Committee, I have Member Crawford and Member Galloway. For the Outreach, I have Member Galloway and Member Wartell. For the Personnel, I have myself and Member Wartell. Now, I just want to say I only put myself on one committee, but if any of you feel like your work or, you know, your 9 to 5 or whatever doesn't allow you to sit on that committee, please let me know. I would be happy to sit in for anyone if they just feel like this is too much on them. I know Member Galloway, sometimes your job is pressing. Same with you, Member Crawford and Member Nixon. So please let me know if you feel like this is too much. And the ordinance, the new ordinance allows us to sit on more than 2 committees. So I will be happy to help. Although I'm retired, I do take care of my 91-year-old dad, but I'm certainly able to help anybody out that needs it. And then also, I would like to put together ad hoc committee, and it would be myself and Member Wartell. Because of the new ordinance, our policy and procedures need to be changed to reflect the changes in the ordinance. And I do believe in the policy or the ordinance, and we're to review these every 2 years or something like that. So I'm gonna put a ad hoc committee of myself and Member Wortel. We hope to have these policy changes to you. And Member Wortel, let me know if this is too early. No later than our June meeting. I think we will have time to go over them. That gives us a month and a half.
I
Almost.
I don't have any problem with the timeline, but I would hope that we can get the support of our legal person as well for that committee.
Absolutely. Ms. Scooch, would you be able to accommodate that? We will let you know in advance of when our meetings are going to be and see if we can't set up something that doesn't conflict with your schedule.
She's the one that gets paid, so.
Sheriff French, Member Wartel, I'm happy to be available, and I believe that with the chair's approval of asking for the legal services, that's all that's needed to allow me to work on that with you.
Thank you.
Chair French. I have a question. What is the role of the case review committee? And you're on mute.
Sorry. You know, right now, we're going to have to review the ordinance and the policy. And then we will be able to outline exactly, because I think there's supposed to be random audits every 6 months, et cetera. I don't want to put any specifics on the committee. That way it leaves them pretty open. If something comes up and we need something done, we can assign it to that committee like you assigned us to do the ordinance. So until we have the policy and procedures in place and review that new ordinance, there's nothing specific right now.
Might I suggest affirmatively suspending that committee? So that takes that task off of those committee members and the agency for scheduling those things.
Member Nixon, Member Crawford, how do you feel?
I think the only argument that I kind of have for keeping the case review committee is that I would like to see if it could be tasked with doing some work to inform policy recommendations. But I mean, maybe a better thing to do than keeping the committee and just, you know, remaking up what it is would be to create an ad hoc committee if we want to do that. So yeah, I think I'm fine with suspending that committee.
Member Nixon?
Yeah, it should have been suspended already, so I'm good with that.
Well, you know, after we look at the new ordinance and policy and procedure, we might need to rename that committee and task it with something else, okay? That's what I'm thinking. Okay. But I do think that's a great idea. But Member Crawford, what was your idea? Task with what? Say that again.
Oh, I just feel like in the policy and procedures committee, we were often kind of coming up with like almost investigative projects of looking at aspects of APD policy. And a lot of it is stuff that seems like a really good idea, but it just feels like there's never time to do it. And maybe we could have a committee that we assign some of those functions of like go, you know, spend a few months looking into this specific aspect of policy and then produce a recommendation on it.
Member Nixon, what are your feelings about that? Since there's nothing written in stone what the CRC committee does. I know I was looking into the K-9 that got suspended when I left that committee. I was looking into the 911 calls not being answered for extended amount of time. And I think that was also suspended or stopped when I left the PNP committee. So there's the things that could be done, but I'm not on that committee, so I want Member Nixon's opinion.
So we have policy and community outreach and then the ad hoc committee, correct? Or what am I missing? There's one more, right?
It's personnel, outreach, policy and procedure. What did you say? And the CRC.
And the CRC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it can do something else, could be renamed. I just know that we shouldn't do CRC anymore, whatever that's going to be.
Okay, well, we're gonna leave it CRC for now until the committee can come up with a new name. I'll leave that to you.
Well, not
But
only a new name, but also a new mission. I mean,
I mean, to be fair, remember Nixon, when we were doing CRC, when you joined, it didn't quite work out the way it was supposed to. It should have been just an audit function. And so probably, I think that the idea in changing the ordinance and the type of cases that were reviewed and what information was going to get pushed to the board was going to be more like trend analysis with the agency. So if the agency could provide, and I don't know yet, this is all still a little new as to what the board would want to see and what the agency can make a reality, but those trend analysis would be a good place to review and have a committee review that and then kick that stuff over to the policy and procedure committee to say, this is something that we think you guys should take a look at. And then doing those audits on a quarterly basis, I think that was something that remained within the updated ordinance. And so doing those truly as an audit function instead of the way that it was done where we were just duplicating the same work that we were doing because of whatever. Would be something that immediately springs to mind as an appropriate use for people's time. But I think that that requires a bigger discussion in conjunction with the agency and the investigative staff as to what data can be provided right now.
I think the ordinance also says, Member Galloway, the ordinance or policy and procedure, I get them mixed up because I read them both, that the agency shall provide trends. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. So yes, I think that is a very good idea. And I would be happy to talk to Member Nixon, and I would be happy to talk this if we have to have board discussion, if I could talk to you separately without creating a rolling quorum. I think that's a great idea, but those are something that are very, very important to me. And that's looking at those trends. That's why I asked for the K9 look into the K9, the 311s. There are trends here that we seem to be missing and that we need to ask the agency for that. So that is very good. And I think that's something we should be doing. Okay. And I appreciate everybody's input. And I just want everybody to know that everybody here has an equal voice. Even though I'm the chair, I have one vote, just like everybody else. And I want everybody to know that I feel like you do have an equal voice. So please always let me know your thoughts, your opinions. I may not agree, but I really want to hear them. So let's see.
I think Council Gooch is trying to chime in something.
Yes, thank you. I was like, what did that say?
Thank
Yes,
you,
yes.
Chair.
Okay.
Chair French. I'll just add a couple thoughts for the board discussion. The new ordinance requires semi-annual audits of civilian complaints. So it may be that the CRC is in a position to figure out the process of how it is going to effectuate that new part of the ordinance. That is a change that is new. Before the board was allowed to do audits, now it has to do semi-annual audits. The other part that strikes me as something CRC might consider looking at is the process of how the board is going to deal with the review of cases where discipline is recommended, because that is a bit of a change from what the board was having to review. I'm not saying it has to be done in that subcommittee or subcommittee at all, but those are some changes that the board could consider and maybe would be able to use the CRC for at this time.
That sounds good to me. How about Member Crawford, Member Nixon?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm good. As long as I don't have to chair it.
Well, I guess you know what that means, Member Crawford, since there's just two of you. Okay, all right. Okay. Is there any other business? Yes, remember, Miss Tina, Miss Gooch.
Thank you, Chair French.
That's Tina, right?
Yes, one other thought, well, why we have all of the subcommittee discussion going on is that the CPOAB, the board needs to have a job description. And it may be that one of your subcommittees wants to add that to their to-do list so that that process starts. It has to then be okay by city council. I don't believe you have a deadline. The ordinance just took effect on Monday, but it is a project that I think the subcommittee and board will want to have input on.
I agree with that. Is that something, well, never mind. I was gonna say the staffing study might have a lot to do with that too on the outcome, but okay, let's look at that, the job description, and there's not a deadline, you said, Tina? Okay.
Chair
Okay.
French, not as best I could tell. It just says that the board has to present that to city council for approval.
Okay, that sounds good. Also, I wanted to say, Member Crawford, as the policy and procedure, and you asked to continue with that. I have been going to those Wednesday meetings, but you and I can talk about that. Okay, because it's very, very important that we're at those SOP meetings. Okay, so if you can't make it, please let me know, because I know you employed, and I certainly will. Okay. So is there any other business?
One other thing out of curiosity, more than anything else, can we take the temperature of city council in terms of filling out the rest of this oversight board? Do we have any idea whether more members are being proposed or not?
We are going to, Chris does a presentation at each one of our board member meetings. And so I'm hoping he will have that information available at our next meeting. Member Galloway.
Yeah, I'm not that anymore. I have invited Chris Sylvan to join us at our next outreach subcommittee. It was something that Member Crawford and I had agreed would be a good thing to do, just to get that information from him. So I have the invitation extended, and that way we can hopefully present something back to the board, and he knows to be able to present something back to the board in May.
Well, let's see what he says in April, because he will be at that meeting. Not saying we're going to quiz him, but he does give a presentation, and usually on that. So we will see what he says at our next meeting on April 14th.
I don't think he usually gives us an update so much on that particular area, so much as what's going on with council and the public safety committee. But if you want him to answer that and be prepared to answer that with real numbers, you might want to give him a heads up.
Okay.
Why should that data be so difficult for him, since he coordinates it and there aren't that many people that are applying for these positions?
I'm not sure that it is.
What preparation does he have to have for that?
I think it's a courtesy. And I think it depends on when you ask and how you phrase it as to how many people are applying.
Well, it would be a courtesy also to fill out the board, because having two-person subcommittees is not an effective way to run a board. And we can't have more than two-person subcommittees, because a three-person subcommittee would be a quorum.
Not disagreeing with that at all.
And I'm not disagreeing, and that's something that I have been talking to Tina about, that sort of thing. So, if we have three people, we have to notice it up, but other committees, other boards I've set on, they do that. They do notice it up.
Change the Open Meetings Act?
No, we notice it up. We notice it up so that board members can ask all their questions, get everything question vetted during the subcommittee meetings. And then when they go to the full board to vote on it, all the questions are answered. But I'm not sure, and I've talked to Tina about that, and we will continue that conversation, but I agree with you. And I will reach out to Mr. Sylvan about this and see if and when we will have new board members on the board. I will certainly do that. Because you're right,
Thank you.
it is hard, but I will reach out to him myself. All right. And is there any other business? Okay, then we're adjourned at 9:54. Oh, is there a motion to
Yeah.
adjourn? Sorry,
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Member Barella?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Thank you. Member French?
Yes.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Wartell?
I'd like to spend a lot more time with you guys. Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously and the time is now 9:55 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And which member Barella?